on the men's, and then we're like, let's go over here. And the match that we decided to do it on was they had a really good wrestler, and we upset her, and I'm going ape shit nuts. Which I tend to do anyway.
All right, check, 1 2 1 2. Check 1 2 3. Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers. Test 1 2. All right. Oh, it's just a little delay. Cool. Oh, people are probably tuning in wondering what am I saying stuff for. Make sure I share the link real quick. All right. Well, welcome, everybody. It's a beautiful Sunday morning here in Beatrice, Nebraska. Not Beatrice. That's probably your great aunt. But Beatrice, Nebraska, down here in the southern part, southeast, which, I mean, hence the name of the college, Southeast Community College in beautiful Beatrice. If you ever get a chance to actually experience a community, I'm always a big proponent of, we're so often in gyms that we don't really get to experience the communities, but Beatrice has a lot going for it, a lot of really cool different places. They got a just fire awesome, if you like pork rinds, they got a place that does fresh pork rinds here in town, and a lot of other things going for it as well. Not too far from Lincoln. In fact, the sister campus up there on like 90th and O in Lincoln now houses men and women's basketball, and of course I've been involved with the volleyball program this year, who they've got to make a long jaunt out in the playoffs this Wednesday. They're heading to Scotts Bluff to try to keep things going on their season under first-year head coach Carolyn Campbell. So a lot of exciting things going on for Southeast Bobcats, also with the basketball season. The men and women's team is going to be coached by the same guy, and it's a little bit different nuance, but it's going to be exciting if you like fast up-tempo basketball. That will be something to really key in on. And, again, all of that happens up at the Lincoln campus. But here on the Beatrice campus, just looking forward to what should be a very exciting sophomore season for the Southeast Community College Bobcats as really get things rolling. Both teams in the top 10 last year at the NJCAA tournament. And looking for more. And I will say this, we still got about 10 minutes till the start of this duel, and we will rotate. We'll go men and women rotation for tonight. And I'm going to try to make sure I post, because I know I have a lot of people that might want to listen to the Southeast Bobcats YouTube page where we are live right now. And if you have this link, share away. There's a lot of people coming in. You could tell some people prepare themselves in the morning a little better than others, as we got some people walking in pajamas, and we got some people walking in jeans, and some all dressed to the nines. It's kind of like church. Just come as you are. And I tell you what, this is a excellent crowd as we get ready for several matches this morning. And again, we will have a ton of matches here. I believe 4, 6, 8. I know we've got probably close to 30 matches, and that is both the women and the men. And so we'll bounce back and forth, and that's an opportunity to also educate you that the men's wrestling resembles more of what you see in high school. There are some different nuances, except this year, the high school level, you are going to see a lot of the same things. Now, the women is traditional freestyle, and so the rule set's a little bit different. You'll see 2 different referees coming in and out for those, I know for a fact that the gentleman that is doing the folk style or the men's matches is a decorated veteran of the sport in Travis Shaley. He grew up about 45 minutes away from here in Marysville, Kansas, and is now a huge athletic facilities director in the Salina, Kansas area. He's done numerous NJCAA tournaments. He's done the NAIA tournament a few times. And so should be very exciting to have him here as well, as we are about 8 minutes away from kicking this one off. A lot of names here, a lot of, even though last year was the first season, there's been a lot of movement of some wrestlers moving on. National champion Eve Herlin is now at Fort Hays State Division II out in Kansas. Pardon me as I get a drink. And there's several others that have moved on as well. It's one of those things about being generous. Sure, you would like to have some of these athletes come back, but if they're ready to go, that's one thing. Coach Pack has helped send on his wrestlers to the next level. Again, we are just a little bit of ways from starting this off. And then, after this week, I'm sure all the Bobcats, both the men and women, are going to be excited about actually facing somebody else other than a teammate. Because that sometimes it gets a little old when you just face the same old people. Again, this is Aaron Swayze joining you on the broadcast here. And more and more people slowly coming in. But the stands are almost totally packed right now. And it's going to be a good day. And I know there's going to be several different competitions on the docket for both the men and women. I know, if you get a chance to come here and witness the wrestling in person, it is an experience. A lot of fun. They really roll out the red carpet. I know visiting teams have been very impressed. And, should be a good day. About 5 minutes away now from the start of the broadcast and the second year of the SCC Bobcats program here on the Beatrice, Nebraska campus. A lot of the athletes getting ready. I see that Jake and Anthony, the assistant coaches, both bestowed flower leis. That is something that I saw last year when I was fortunate enough to be the announcer for the NAIA Women's National Championship. There is a huge, huge following of athletes from like island countries and of course the island of Hawaii that, it's like a bestowed honor on their coaches that they bring these leis. And so that's pretty slick and sweet kind of tradition that I've seen as we're rotating here. We're getting ready for the national anthem, and when we get ready for that, I'll go ahead and kick the headset off, but we'll be back after a bit, and then try to keep you updated as much as I can on all the different individuals. A lot of familiar names, a lot of new names, and a lot of people ready to prove themselves. I tell you what, I did inter-squad yesterday for York University of the NAIA. There were some good upsets. Yesterday. There's a lot of young guys that have chips on their shoulders, same as the ladies. A lot of fresh faces that are excited. Now, you also have chips on the shoulder of the returners. Make no mistake, they don't want to lose to a freshman. So, anyway, I'm going to go ahead and kick off the headset. We'll be back here shortly. We'll have the national anthem and then the rundown. And get ready for some wrestling action. It's the season for wrestling. All right, ladies and gentlemen, national anthem has been played, and that means we are one step closer to some wrestling action. Again, freestyle for the ladies and folk style for the gentlemen as we get ready for wrestling action here. As going to have leg bands brought out or something. And then the officials have shown up, so that just means we're even closer. So you're going to get some chairs for the officials as we wind down and get ready for this. It should be a fantastic opportunity to see a lot of hammers. I know that Coach Pack already had a bunch of hammers, but you will definitely be seeing some individuals that could really open your eyes. And just really looking forward to this opportunity as we kind of run down this event. We're going to start off in the men's at 125. We'll start at 110 for the women, and again, we're going to alternate. And out of the gate, we're going to have Tristan Reinke, who I'm trying to remember. I've got to pull up my rosters here. I believe if it wasn't him, it might have been his brother that was on the team last year. As we get things squared away, we've done the anthem. Just got to clean up the little bits and pieces here, but glad you're joining us at a pretty full house here on this Sunday morning. I would guess that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Man, we probably, it's 8 rows deep, and each row has about 10 to 15 individuals. So with the 3 sections, we might be pretty close to 300 people here which for a wrestle-off is insane. I mean, at this level, I have been at regular duels during a season where you might have 20 people in the crowd at a junior college event. This just shows the buy-in, which is a massive, massive thing, and has contributed to the success already of such a young program. 300 or so folks are here as we get ready. The lights are out, and it's not Georgia, but this is kind of what they do. It might get a little dark and spooky. Don't worry, we got the lights a-going. And they're probably going to start up the fog machine. You won't see some of that. But we are getting ready to introduce the combatants.
All right, we're going to get it started. 125-pound match. First out, Braxton, Hammond.
All right, the first up will be Braxton Hammond. This is 125 pounds.
Tristan, Reinke.
And he's against Tristan Reinke. Get you a little more information on these two individuals. Reinke and Hammond set to start off. And, of course, both blue. The anklet, Reinke will have the red anklet. He is in the lighter, what you call Carolina blue color, up against Braxton Hammond. Braxton Hammond, a sophomore out of Oxford, Nebraska, Southern Valley High School, taking on Tristan Reinke. And Reinke is a local out of Beatrice. Just a freshman. So here we go, freshman versus sophomore. I believe Class B was for Beatrice. Tristan Reinke, his career. And again, he's in the green anklet. 4th and 5th place medalist in the state of Nebraska. And he's up against Braxton Hammond as they wrestle here on the edge. Still in bounds. You could have basically everything out except like a big toe and you're still good. Hammond, state champ in 2022 at the 106-pound weight class, 3rd in 23 at 113, 3rd at 120. So 3-time state qualifier, a amazing record of 151 and 33. But at lighter weights, and the quick takedown and 2 going toward Reinke. Not 2, correction, 3. Working here on the edge. Pardon me, I got a little tickle in my throat, so hopefully that is not an issue for the duel. They do go out of bounds. They'll reset to the center. Reset to the center. And Reinke will take the top position. His brother last year, national qualifier for the Bobcats. Loads him up right into a crab ride. And stays right in here. Elevated, needs to return him. Little foot sweep takes him down. Nicely returned to the mat. We are at 1 minute left in this first period. It's 3 minutes, then 2, then 2 for a 7-minute match total if we don't go to extra time. And Reinke in nice control over his sophomore counterpart. Again, Hammond, lightweight all throughout his high school career, going 106, 113, 120, and now 125 here for the Bobcats. And a stalling is called on Green, so that is against Hammond. You get 2 of those, that's a point. And just a nice ride. Reinke is not even bringing his hips to hip and keeping it super tight. A lot of his control is just on how he's able to throw in his hooks and control the wrist, and he's doing a brilliant job of it. And Hammond will defer, and Reinke will take the bottom position. 3-0 lead for Tristan Reinke as we enter the second period. He has a good amount of riding time, 146 and counting. And the riding time, if you're following along on the webcast, we just got it off a little bit. Now it's back to the other, probably 15 seconds, I'd say, is the about the right time of differential. So that is being fixed. So I know there's people at home probably on their couch yelling, which does nothing. You should have been here yelling. Not true. You shouldn't have been yelling at all. Oh, looking to finish this off. Reinke just looking solid in all positions. Looked very good on the bottom. Had a reversal. I will say something that I've noticed with the three-point takedowns. You're seeing a lot of people give up reversals because it's almost like the old adage of 1 not 2. Now they're like, okay, on the whole 1 not 2 scenario where you're just telling people to give up the escape, you would always be up by 1. Same thing with reversals. Beautiful tilt attempt, but a good roll through counter by Braxton Hammond not to surrender any points there. As we're down to 30 seconds left in this second period. And he's already been warned for stalling once, has Hammond. I wouldn't be surprised if it comes again. His head is on the mat like a pillow. And really trying to get a little more here. And just going to miss out on Green chooses down. Interesting choice when he's given up over 3 minutes of riding time. You know, and that's the thing, too, in these inter-squads, a lot of times the coaches, as we have a caution there, they won't be coaching you in the corner. They want you to be able to make your mind up, to be able to have these smart decisions in your head. And that's something that, you know, struggling on bottom, that maybe neutral would have been a better option, or even try top. Although all 3 positions have been going the way of Tristan Reinke. Just a very complete showing right now as he's up 5-0 with an impressive 3:35 and counting on the riding time. As we got the remnants of some of the fog machine slowly coasting over the mat. And a little bit of old school Nirvana playing in the background. Take you back to the winter formal back in high school. And something that is not formal is who's going to be the starter when this is all said and done. Beautiful attempt there to roll in. Excellent, excellent way to chain wrestle there by Reinke. Hammond tried to get into a little rolling situation. Reinke bailed on it one move, countered with another. And for a wrestler that's just a freshman, I think being a local guy that probably has been able to kind of sneak into the room a little bit and even wrestle around with his older brother, he's got some tricks as a freshman that I think are going to really be good. And he could definitely be coming out of the chute as an All-American potential and I say potential, I mean, we'll have to wait and see. Sometimes these inter squads, you wrestle a guy all the time in practice, and it's just tough. And as we, he's going to ride him out here. You only get 1 point for riding over a minute. It would be interesting if they adapted it to you get a point for every minute, though, because he'd have 5 points. But he doesn't. It's just one more point to finish. Is it 7-0 with the riding time, or was it 6-0? 6-0. But that's also another thing. As well as Reinke did, you got to be cognizant of how close you are to having bonus. So in a dual format, and even in a tournament format, in a dual format, a pin is 6. A technical fall when you win by 15 is 5. And then if you win by 8 to 14 points, you score 4 points for your team. So that's huge. All right, now we got to go changing the rules. It's good, though. We go to the women. And they do freestyle. So you could see some of these matches are a little quicker pace, as we have Fallon Chavez Bravo in the red against Alejandra Loredo. And there's a step-out point. That is one of the nuances of freestyle wrestling. The step-out points, you'll also see scoring based on amplitude of throws, the takedowns, exposure to your back, scores you so many. It's not like folk style where they're actually doing a count. But these two wrestlers going at it will get you a little more information on both of these athletes. This is a 110-pound weight class. Just linked up in the center right now. Official will call center quite a bit. They also have a shot clock, which we might see here after a bit, and also stuff like passivity. A lot of different words. Chavez is a freshman out of Brighton, Colorado. No information in her bio other than being a freshman. And then Loredo is out of Lincoln Southeast. Alejandra Loredo Apodaca. So not a far jaunt for her as she gets the takedown. Only 2 periods in women's collegiate wrestling. 2 3-minute periods. And you'll notice that if activity really isn't happening in the top position, in the parterre position, that they'll stand right back up and go to neutral. It's focused to keep action going. As we are winding her down, under a minute to go now. You might be lagging behind slightly. And a 1 point for a step out now. And now it is 3-1 for Loredo. She has the advantage right now on points. There's no overtime in freestyle wrestling. It goes to the last to score, typically. Tiebreaker, though, like if there is a tie and say somebody has a higher point move, they will be awarded the win. So like a 4-point move as opposed to just 2-point moves, the 4-point would win the tiebreaker. Getting in a body lock here. We don't have anklets here either. You'll notice blue singlet and then the orange or reddish singlet. And we will come to, this is another thing that's different with freestyle, is they have an intermission. People will come out of the corner, fan them off, dry them off. They battle for 3 straight minutes. Then they'll get like a 30-second pause to then come back out fresh and try to club each other to death a little more. Might be a little drastic, but, you know. There's some matches, though. Whew. Hopefully we see some of those. Still early on in the afternoon. Well, we're not even in the afternoon yet. Still in the morning. You can't go get a breakfast sandwich, though, at McDonald's right now. Both heavy hands. As Chavez and Loredo going at it. Chavez, Bravo, Loredo, Apodaca. Driving in. Saying grounded there. I thought she whipped her around and the foot went out. And we're getting in a funky situation. Wizard here. And we're going to go out, and that is a step out. And there'll be one awarded to blue. So Loredo scores. Scores actually 5-0. It happens. That's why we we're glad we get to do some of these exhibitions or whatever. Get the kinks out. It's still early. Plus, who really does? I was going to say who really does a morning inter squad, but I was at a 10 o'clock one yesterday. Get it out of the way. Then you got the rest of the day to party. Man, if people want to party later on, we got 300 or so people that are here. And that's not counting the athletes themselves, which probably account for another 50. So you're looking at about 400 people in a Cracker Box gym. But it doesn't seem overly packed. It seems very comfy. Tech fall, by the way, in freestyle is a 10-point lead. Don't know if we'll see that unless Alejandra or Loredo absolutely opens up. Chavez Bravo really needs to find an offense, though. And they're going to call a slip. It's basically if somebody attempts a move and it doesn't work, they have the official has the right to say no. They tried, and a counter doesn't get awarded it. Unlike folk style, where if you try something and you utterly fail, your opponent's going to get the points. So a lot of different nuances for men and women's wrestling. Women's wrestling, of course, doing very well this year at the Olympics. Of course, one of the absolute favorites. I think so many people have pride in her because they almost see themselves as a proud father of daughter. Amit Allure, just fantastic this year. 7-0 lead, and that's going to be the final as Loredo will pull off the win. And a nice ovation for both wrestlers. All right, moving on. We'll go up to 157 pounds, folk style wrestling action.
Now we're on to a 157.
And it'll be Tennyson Curts and Jackson Huls.
For information about this men's and women's wrestling squad, you can go to www.scc.
Tennyson Curts out of Vancouver, Washington, Columbia River High School. Long way from home. 3-time state placer, 4-time district champ, 3-time regional champ. Wow. 116-9 record in high school for the freshman. Long way from home. Not a lot of opportunities in the state of Washington for collegiate wrestling, though. And he will be going up against Jackson Huls. And Huls, out of the town of Western Nebraska, Meridian Public Schools, had 100 pins in high school, 292 career takedowns. Other than that, doesn't list any state placings or something. So I'm just going to potentially assume that Tennyson Curts might be a slight favorite here without knowing either guy. As they're wiping up, oh, there's some blood left over from the previous match. We'll get that all cleaned up. And get a little more of a break here as there's a rotation in. Two different officials for folk style today rotating in. A little more of a grind sometimes with the folk style. Freestyle, sometimes you have a match that could go, honestly, 20 seconds just because of the rapidness of the event. And here we go once more. Tennyson Curts is the first out of the gate. So Curts will be in the red anklets, Huls, and the green. And we are ready to rumble here in the third match of the day. This at 157 pounds, Travis Shaley on the whistle. Quick shot by Curts, trying to now get that takedown. Again, 3-time state placer in Washington. He's immediately on. Long, lanky body as well. And just trying to suffocate his opponent. Has a spur in, now going power half. Comes to the other side with tries to get a wrist. Now a heavy crossface. Grabs the shoulder. He's probably going to try to crawl out and get some shoulder points here. Nothing yet. They are still kind of at that parallel juncture, working on a tilt, and was just a smidge away from potentially securing some near fall there. Goes tight waist now, near wrist control, and has that leg anchored in deep. Good movement of the legs, though, by Huls to get out of that situation. But it seems like Curts is well in control on top. Now goes big time high wing and wrist control on the far side. And Huls right now in the bottom position has got to be thinking he's wrestling an octopus. And 2 is being held right now. Still the same move. So points are not yet awarded. If he lets go of this move and resets, he could get 2 and then some more. But he's still trying to score off of the same move. Deep leg in. And again, that high wing pushes down the elbow, and now is just trying to make some adjustments. Definitely making the situation uncomfortable for Huls, as it's more right now. There we go, 2 points awarded. Huls trying to roll around, which a lot of times in the collegiate style of wrestling is not the best thing. Sometimes your best defense is get out and get to your feet and get a fresh start. He's reaching back and trying to grab Kurtz's leg, which sometimes that just pulls the wrestler onto you even deeper. And I tell you what, Curts is going to have a lot of riding time here. And he's rolling it over and gets the fall. Well, a little bit of a prediction comes true. Curts looked solid there against Huls, who once he was on the bottom position, just couldn't get out of the grasp of Tennyson Curts. All right, we're going to go to 117 pounds in freestyle.
Will be women's action at 117 pounds. She's a freshman from Schuyler, Nebraska, Maribel Gonzalez.
We got a Maribel Gonzalez, freshman out of Schuyler.
Freshman from Sioux City, Iowa, Natalie. Hecht.
And another freshman, Sioux City, Iowa, Natalie Hecht. All right, Gonzalez in the red, Hecht in the blue, and we are rolling here at 117 pounds. Gonzalez out of Schuyler, Nebraska. High school accolades, Twin River AAU All-American. And Hecht. No information about her. She is the daughter of Ashley Anderson and John Hecht. And a 2-point takedown for Gonzalez. Sioux City Elkhorn High School. And going to work here is Gonzalez. We're going to go ahead and stand him up. We are updating and fixing track. We had a wrong person marked as a victor, but hey, this is why we're here too. We're working off the cobwebs. As a shot in now by Hecht. Chin whip and well executed by Maribel Gonzalez. Now looking for the fall. Just a very slick move, and we'll get the fall. 2 falls in a row now for the red side of things. As we get ready now for men's action again, and we're going to have the big boys, the 285-pounders.
Our next match. It'll be men's action.
Evan Bryan Aldrich.
Let's bring out to the mat Evan Bryan Aldrich.
Out of Palmyra High School, Bennett, Nebraska. 2-time Nebraska State qualifier. It says 12-time Nebraska State qualifier. I might be counting all the kid times. Against Kase Thompson. Bryan Aldrich in the red anklet, looks to be the smaller of the two. Although they could be the same weight. I mean, I always think of like middle school heavyweights where you got one kid that's 6 foot and the other one is like 3'11", and they somehow weigh the same, but it looks like spaghetti and a meatball. As Kase Thompson, freshman out of Battle Creek. He is a 3-time qualifier, 1-time placer at the state tournament for Battle Creek. Listed as 235 on the weight class, which that's a NCWA weight class. But that might be what he truly weighs. Headlock attempted. Nope. Countered. Now trying to counter the other way. We got a flipping and a flopping. That Mohawk is hitting the mat right now. And we're north-south here. And Evan Aldrich trying to get the win is up 7-1 at 4 points. It's pretty big. 3-point takedown, 4-point near fall. Thompson in the Carolina blue. Bryan Aldrich with that comfortable lead right now. Shoots in on a double, gets halfway under for a duck, and then just kind of got to thinking that probably didn't want to be stuck under him. Definitely looks like a little bit of a weight disparity, possibly 20, 30 pounds. Nothing a good trip to the buffet wouldn't narrow. as we wind down this first period. Oh, correction, Case Thompson is leading the match. Case Thompson is in the red singlet or red anklet, which he's not wearing an anklet. So he's in the darker blue. So just think of this. If you understand North Carolina, he's in the Duke blue, and his opponent's in the North Carolina blue. And if that makes no sense to you, then I apologize. Toss of the coin, and Thompson will have the first choice. I think they switched it up on us because everybody that's been announced first has been wearing red. Thompson up to his feet quick, needs to move his feet. And Bryan Aldrich, EBA. Putting all that weight on him now, and that's something that if you're kind of a lighter heavyweight, you really need to be up and moving. You can't stay long underneath, and there is a cradle locked up. And he's going to get points. And we're going reverse. He's flatter than a pancake. Oh, I thought there was a defensive fall potentially. May not matter. Reversal, and there is the pin. There is the pin. Theatrics. EBA, Bryan Aldrich, had a cradle locked up, comes around. Case Thompson slowly comes over, tripods, and gets in that north-south position and pulls it off. Hey, the mascot's here. He's on my shirt. 124 pounds coming up. Ariana Bloom and Ashton Hofling. Out of Valentine, Nebraska. Ashton Hofling, the local. Beatrice, Nebraska. A lot of Beatrice fans here today. Bloom in the red, Hofling in the blue. At 124 pounds of action. Bloom, a two-time high school qualifier from way up north central part of the state, Valentine. Got against Hofling, who is from way down the street. Hofling, two-time Fargo qualifier. They're battling here right now at 124 pounds of action. Hofling in on a shot. Front head and arm counter right now by Bloom. And now we're being told passivity, I believe. No, not, well, being warned. If my lingo is a little off on freestyle, I'm really still kind of in the infancy of learning it. And we're going to go one for red. And what was interesting about that, it really wasn't red getting her to, or stepping her out. It was on the attack. Hofling stepped out. So that's something to be very cognizant on when you're around the perimeter, because she basically surrendered that point by not realizing that the boundary was right there. We'll see if that comes back to bite her. 1-0 lead for Bloom on this beautiful Sunday morning. A little crisp in the air, which that just lets you know that wrestling season is here. And now a verbal warning the other way. So both wrestlers have been told to pick up the pace. Ooh, and a beautiful low-level single. See if she can finish it off here. And trying to pull Hofling through was Bloom, but now decides to switch it up, stuffs the head, really needs to get the feet moving. Can't stay stationary there, comes around and does get the 2. Now she'll go working on a power half. Hofling needs to look away and fight this shot. We've got 25 seconds to go, and we'll go ahead and stand them up. They don't play around on freestyle. If it looks like it's a little bit of a stalemate, they're going to get things fixed really quick. So they're clubbing in, battling here. Oh, gives up some points late. And 2 and 2, the Chuck Woolery style, make it 5-0. 7-0. I can't math today. That's all right. That's why we have computers and calculators, folks. I can't even tell you the last time I used geometry. They're here at the intermission right now, 7-0 lead. And really, the things that have helped Bloom out are really mistakes by Hofling. Tried to force something from an overhook, just got out of position. The step out earlier, out of position, not being cognizant of where she's at. And so definitely some little things Hofling needs to work on, especially against those that may have a little more talent than her. As these two combatants battling it out. And a low-level shot again. Key lock counter, though, by Bloom. Kicks the foot out, comes around, nothing yet, and a 2. Was trying to look for amplitude there, but if she would have got a throw, it would have ended it all. Just needs one more point, though. Though we're probably going to stand it up, and we do. So we'll stand up, back to our feet. 1:59 left here in the second period. Glad you are joining us. And a great, great crowd here today. I can't, reiterate that enough. We're probably a little bit over 320, 30 points. And there it is. That's going to do the match. Step out off the shot. And again, just a little mental error of not knowing where you're at. And Bloom will win. We'll go back to the men's folk style. And we're going to have Kashtian Bates and Trevon Oehme.
He'll be facing a freshman from Brandon Valley, South Dakota.
And if the Oehme name sounds familiar, that's because he had 2 brothers on the team last year. Here we go, Bates and Oehme. And we're getting those anklets out here. Bates will have the red anklets. Oehme, the green. And we are off and running. Nice shot attempt there by Oehme. Heavy sprawl right now. Oh, might have a weird cradle already off the, nope. Not quite. Well, you got an attacking offense of Oehme and a funky defense by Bates. Lincoln Southwest High School product is Bates. 4-time state qualifier, high school pin record holder with 104 pins. Placed 6th at the Nebraska State Tournament as a junior, which appears to be his only time placing. But 104 pins. There's people that don't get 100 wins in high school. But just based on the early sequence, I can tell why he's probably got so many pins is he's got a funky defense. Drops here. Oehme trying to really score now. Whizzer fighting it off. Oehme's trying to finish. A little mule kick there by Bates. Almost it kind of reminds me of judo where you wing down in the whizzer and you mule kick and you bring your guy forward. And I could see why he's a 4-time state qualifier, but I could also see why he's a one-time placer because sometimes when you have such a unique offense, people see that. And when they see that, they know how to then scout for it. And so when you get to that bigger stage, sometimes your bags of tricks are known. Again, the mascot just walking around in a singlet like it's a casual Sunday. That's one of my favorite things. As we are back underway, no points surrendered just yet. And then Oehme Trevon Oehme, Brandon Valley, South Dakota. 3-time state champion up there. Oh, 3-time state finalist, 2-time state champ, correction. He's got some good accolades. But it is a very, you look at their credentials, and Bates, the one-time 6th place finisher in Nebraska, has the early lead on the 3-time state finalist. Or no, it's Oehme, I'm sorry. It is. Oehme's in the green anklet, the darker blue. I tell you what, though, this Bates kid, I can already tell with the way he wrestles, he's gonna catch some people in bad positions this year. And with takedowns being 3 and you could get a 4 near fall, he could be against some stud and get an early lead and really make life miserable for some people, especially if they don't know how to come from behind. Which at the college level, people are like, well, there's an easy match. I mean, there's some easy matches. I'm not going to lie and try to BS you. But everybody's got a lot of desire to wrestle at this level. It's not like high school where some people might just be doing it as the go-between from like football to track or something else. If you're wrestling in college, it's because you want to wrestle or you love the sport. So even some of the worst guys, they're going to scrap. They're going to make you mad as hell because they won't just roll over and let you pin them like some guys in high school would. And now an escape by Oehme. And we are at 4-1. Shot attempt there and heavy hips by Oehme. And not going anywhere. And a stalemate call. That's a good call. And we are back into action. Back in the neutral position, 42 seconds left. It is the second period. For some reason, I was still thinking we were in the first period. There's sometimes where a period seems like it goes forever, and then there's sometimes where it's like, what happened? Got the music playing. One thing that is a little different, if you're a high school fan of wrestling, you come see a college match. There's a beautiful takedown there now by Bates, and we are tied at 4 apiece. And Bates looks like he might have an abrasion over his left eye, so we might have to clean that up. Unless that's a funky birthmark or something. But he's going to take the bottom position. And Bates really giving Oehme a workout here, because really have to put him away. And he's not making, and this is what you want in a wrestler, you know. It's one thing to just go out there and lay an egg, but man, to fight, and that's what Bates does. He might not outclass you in some positions, but man, he's going to make it hell for you to try to score. Just a great kind of shot defense, and hopefully I don't jinx him on that. Not that I don't want Oehme to score either, but it's one of these deals. We got just a true battle that's kind of a classic fun one, where you got a guy that's so decent and good at scoring, but you got a funky counter wrestler, and the positioning is just great. Oehme's brother, who was an All-American last year, I believe, has moved on to Sioux Falls, Division II. I might be wrong on the school. I'm right on the school? Oh, cool. Him and who else?
What's that?
Who else? Oehme and, no, he's up there?
Yep.
Sioux Falls. Sioux Falls has a few Nebraska kids. Honestly, they're only in their second year.
Correct.
They had a year recruiting, and I tell you what, 125, they got a solid kid. They got a frickin' 4-time state champion up there that transferred from Wyoming. They're gonna be a team that you'll hear more about. Maybe not just yet, but give them another 2 years, because they're in that tough northern sun with Hammers, Augustana, Northern State, St. Cloud State. But USF is going to be a pretty solid team. Now, is that in Sioux Falls?
Yes.
Man, talk about a battle for the city. Bates wins that one? Wow. That is a nice win. I'm going to put a star by that one just for now, because to me that's a pretty intriguing wrestler. So he'll face Tristan Reinke later in the 125 finals. I kind of wish they'd have the two guys that just lost beat each other up too. As we get ready for women's action, Libby Sutton and Jay Knight. And we are good to go. Sutton red, Knight blue. This is 131 pounds. Nice strong underhooks early on by Knight. Elbow control. Both wrestlers being pretty aggressive in the moment. A lot of good hand fighting. A lot of looks toward elbow passes. Now almost a modified Russian tie there. Really need to get it in the armpit when you do that. She had it behind the elbow with the wrist. Shot attempt here. Going to drive through in a counter throw attempt. And one awarded to Knight. So Knight, the first one on the board. 1-0 lead for her. And like I said, this is Libby Sutton, Jay Knight. Jay Knight out of Bellevue West High School. A freshman. Not a lot of information about her. And then Sutton out of Avoca, Nebraska, Weeping Water. 3-time state qualifier, 2-time state medalist. So I would think she might be the slight favorite here. But that's just based on credentials that I can see. Sometimes with credentials, you have some people that don't put a lot, don't brag on themselves. And that's going to be another step out point for blue. As we're down to 1 minute left in this first period. Again, 3-minute periods in women's collegiate freestyle wrestling. And working to get around and does with the 2 points. Just a great crowd here today, about 300. Probably here in the gym when you add in all the wrestlers and the table help and stuff, probably 350 to 400 for a wrestle-off of all things on a Sunday. Make sure if you're missing church for this that you tithe a little extra next Sunday. I'm sure your pastor would appreciate it. In and on the shot again is Knight.
Yeah, Libby is blue, right? Yep. But the way I have it set up in the system, second.
So we just getting some things figured out at the clock as well. And we're going to wind down this first period, and they're going to have a break. That's something that you don't have in the folk style. You kind of roll right into the next thing. So it's kind of hit and miss. I know there's some purists and people that are like, hey, you have a lot of people out there that want the entire country to move to freestyle only at the collegiate level, and they cite the Olympics. Here's where I think that's a little failed. At the college level for women, I think it's great. But honestly, let's look at high schools and what we have. Let's look at how many officials really know freestyle. I think you're going to wind up in a bigger hole trying to find enough individuals that know how to referee that. And plus, the freestyle aspect is not appealing to all wrestlers, if we're going to be honest. And a beautiful counter and go behind by Knight for 2. Little re-energizing there. And it's just 2 points down now. The nice thing about if you're trailing, if you tie it up, a lot of times you end up with what is called criteria, because we don't go to overtime in freestyle. That is something I do like about freestyle. You don't go into an overtime. Big lift attempt and down. 2 points more for Knight. For Sutton, my apologies. Sutton is blue. I'm doing just like you. I had the first column as red. All right, so Sutton is blue. I need to write that down. And Knight is red. Apologies to everybody following at home wondering what's going on. Feel free to donate to SCC Bobcats Wrestling. Maybe go toward a coffee fund. I don't care. That's funny. All right, these two still clubbing away. Drop in attempt there by Knight. Sutton fighting it off, has the underhook right now, has the front head as well, trying to pitch it here. Comes around or tries to come around, not quite yet. Arm is still there. Now that's 2 awarded to Sutton. Sutton Lee Blue, if you're watching. Again, dad jokes for days here. And this is the Sways here on the broadcast, the Southeast Bobcats. In their sophomore season, in front of a very impressive crowd for a inter-squad match. 300 or so people in the crowd. It's pretty slick. And Sutton, not quite. Needs to come around the waist, in my opinion. And keep the feet moving. She moves her feet 2 or 3 steps and then stops. That allows Knight to really do stuff. And just as I say that, of course, she scores. 10-2. Make me a liar. And we'll stand it back up. Speaking of standing up, it's always good to stand up to cancer. This is National Breast Cancer Awareness Month. Make sure that you are getting your appropriate screenings. And we have one on the step out again for Sutton. Can she get that one more point, or are we just going to have a 9-point advantage? She doesn't have to do any more, and it doesn't look like she will. Sutton's going to come away with the victory. As we now will get ready for, oh wow, we actually have a 5th match, or not a 5th match. This will be the 3rd 125-pound match. So DJ Bonham will take on Tristan Reinke, who looked really good earlier. So, and then the winner of this will get to take on Gangster's Paradise. Oh my gosh. Only the best here at Southeast. Not even going to lie, being here at Southeast Community College in Beatrice, I was hoping it was the Weird Al version. All right, 125. DJ Bonham and Tristan Reinke. Reinke, his brother last year was national qualifier. Probably big brother beating up on him. He's a lanky 125 too. He actually looks kind of thick for 125. He's going up against DJ Bonham. Bonham in the green anklet, the darker blue. He's out of Omaha Central High School, 4-time qualifier, a runner-up, and a state champ as a senior, so he's got some accolades. And Reinke, second match of the day. We'll see how that plays in, because sometimes it's kind of like tournament settings. You have some guys that get a bye and thrive off it. Then you have some guys that thrive off of actually having a match first. Now, whether or not he thrives, we will find out really quick. Again, Tristan Reinke, older brother Trevor. National qualifier last year. Reinke out of Beatrice, Class B, 4th and 5th. So you got a 4th and 5th finish at the state versus a state finalist, state champ of Class A. And keeping it Class A is DJ Bonham with that takedown release. Looks to out-wrestle his opponents on their feet. I do know in terms of duck under, not quite, has to bring him down and does. I do know Southeast got a lot of under 120 pounders, so you'll see some guys that weight-wise. Bonham looks like he might have been a 113 pounder. Reinke looks like he could have probably dropped from a higher weight, as they definitely have a little bit of size disparity. But I tell you what, sometimes those guys that don't really have to cut to make 125 are super dangerous because so many guys make big, drastic cuts to 25. I coached at Neosho Community College where Coach Pack coached about a decade before I did. We had a kid that was 117, and he ended up third in the country and had the most falls at the national tournament. And he also had a dubious distinction of 5-time Fargo runner-up, 3-time state runner-up in Missouri. Never could get it done on the big stage. 3-point takedown off the Merkel finish. Elbow tip is still in. And I like the way Bonham's wrestling here on the edge. Turns Reinke in. And now he's going to try to pull him in and keep him in. You got to think about riding time here in college. It's a little different. It almost scores some cheap points on the edge there. And Bonham looking pretty solid early on, 9-2. Which is something I wish Dolly Parton would have sung about instead, because the 9-5 really stinks. I'm not lying. Enjoy it while you can. Be a college student, because after it's bills and less thrills. Just keeping it real on a Sunday. Hope you're enjoying this webcast brought to you by Southeast Community College. The Bobcats. As we got the All-American board up there. That's good for me too. I'm getting that age though. That's kind of almost borderline blurry. Well, shot attempt there. Now shot out. And we're going to say continuous action. That's a good call in my opinion. I try not to ever second guess the officials. I let that be for the coaches. If I wanted headaches, I would have stayed in coaching. It's great as an announcer. You get to be neutral. It's better than being a ref. You don't have to make decisions. Excuse me. And, man, Bonham looking pretty solid. So if Bonham pulls this off, man, as I jinx him, gosh darn it. 4-12. See how his gas tank is as we're halfway through this match now. Reinke was just kind of a pester to Braxton Hammond, who he defeated earlier. Now trying to go to work on top, has the hammer in, loses it. And now just kind of being patient here. Has the half, has the wrist on the far side. 16 seconds to go. Staying pretty close on the hips, parallel. And a stalling will be called on green on Bonham. Bonham on bottom, not doing much. And we will come to choice for green. I would go, yep, that's exactly what I was going to say. If you're getting ridden like a mule, don't be a fool. Slap of the hands. Good sportsmanship there as we get ready for a third and final stanza. Again, a 4-12 deficit in old scoring would have been almost improbable to come back from. But you could get a takedown to a back, and that's 7 points, and you're down by 1. So that we could see some fireworks. Bonham really doesn't have to do anything, but you also got to be very cautious, because sometimes if you're too defensive, it's more of a mental exhaustion on you. He's got a Russian tie right now. Decides to bail on it. Stood straight up, which was, you're going to find kids, I say kids, I mean that in the greatest way possible, at this college level that are going to run right through you like a freight train when you do that. Oh, just a slick, not anything super by any means, just a very subtle movement to get the go behind. And that, wow. I've never seen something so small, so seemed insignificant, but that just tells you too, if you understand your body and leverage, and you could do just a simple move like just flicking your wrist sideways and get behind a guy, that's pretty spectacular. Bonham in control here, 15-5. 10-point lead. And we're going to have Stalling Green. That'll be a point. And it's 15-6. Not a lot of riding time in this one. 14, almost 15 seconds. And we are finishing this up, and it is going to be DJ Bonham versus Bates. That ought to be a fun 125-pounder match.
Women's action at 137 pounds now.
And we go to the women's action, 137.
A freshman,
And the lights go out, so I can't tell you who it is.
Clara.
We'll get to that here in a second. We're glad you're watching SCCBobcats.com.
She'll be taking on a sophomore in the Omaha, Nebraska. That's Vargas.
Smoke and lights and everything, that's right. There we go, lights are back on. We paid the bill. Here on SCC YouTube page. You can go back, watch this later as well. Forwarded on to individuals. Recording this live, but definitely opportunities to watch later. I know a lot of four-year schools are probably watching, looking for potential talent. And as always, you can reach out to the coaching staff at SCC to get their thoughts on some wrestlers and their work ethic. As right away, we have Clara Sapienza and Yvette Vargas. And Sapienza with the early lead. Big time wing in there. And is trying to run it and has her opponent exposed for the moment. Up and around. Not letting go of that wrist, which is crazy. Oh, beautiful counter. And boy, we've got some fun action going. And now we got a cradle from front head position. Wow. Vargas now takes control. Vargas trying to finish it off. Not a great position for Sapienza. And wow. Just wow. I think both of those wrestlers are going to do well. Sapienza looks really tough. Comes out of the gate. But then you just got into, you have an opponent like Vargas. And Vargas, Omaha Millard South High School. Was an NJCAA qualifier last year. So she's probably looking All-American this year. But she gave up that early takedown to Sapienza, who three-time Iowa State qualifier. And now we go with Keaton Cloak and Tristan Becker. Becker is in the green. The black, I was going to say trunks, but those don't go up all the way. That's like crazy knee pads. It's almost like some funky volleyball knee pads that go like to your ankles all the way up to your calves. They look like thigh-high pantyhose. That's what those look like. Gets the quick takedown, does cloak. And now he's going to work on top. Has that leg anchored in here on the right side. And there's the crowd is yelling. There must be a lot of fans here for the winner. I thought they were yelling time. I'm like, what the heck? Becker is only a state qualifier for Nebraska, but it says his high school is Iowa, so maybe he lives right on the border. Cloak, excuse me, out of David City, SCOTUS High School. And no information on him on the website. But Cloak has a 7-2 lead. So yeah, some of these guys they're a bit of a mystery when you look at the roster. But some of that mystery will start being solved here in the next few weeks when we get away from facing ourselves. The men will be at, the men's first competition against somebody else, and I believe it's the men and women will be, excuse me, this Tuesday, October 29th, 6 p.m., up in Fremont against NAI Midland. Still in bounds here. Not sure if the feet went off onto the gym floor. Apparently not, because we're still going here. Getting some near fall. He's at least got 2. Now he's got the 4, and he's going into the Saturday Night Ride or the Honeymooner, depending on what you want to call it. And some more points awarded there. And Green had to make a choice. And new opponent was not an option, so he's going to have to fight it out here. And he decides to take top. Interesting. But, if you couldn't get it done on your feet and bottom's not working, I mean, this is smart thought process by Becker. Boy, some days it's easier to pronounce easy names than others. But it does look like Becker, this might be where his bread and butter is. Keeps tight on the hips. Oh, just a little shootout, sit out, and then immediately re-attack. And just like a bulldog, runs right through him. 15-2. You got to win by, or if you're up by 15 in a match in folk style, it will be a tech fall. You know what rhymes with cloak? No joke. He is looking good. 15-2. And then we go out of bounds. Trying to get the ref to laugh. So the little side note here. The referee, Travis Shaley, again, grew up about 45 minutes away from here in Marysville. His brother owns a really good meat processing place here in Beatrice. They have all sorts of wild animals and stuff. You get some buffalo and I think elk. As he's watching right now. I could probably yell at him on the mat, be like, hey, what's your brother's deal? And he'd yell back at me. We've known each other that long. Oh, man. And it's the beginning of the end for Becker. But will he fight off or will he surrender the fall? He's battling, and that's going to be termination of the match. 4 more points, a 19-2 victory by Keaton Cloak. Nevaeh Leonard and Dasha Jones are up next, 145 pounds action in the women's.
Now it's time for some women's action. A 145-pound match here. A sophomore from Yankton, South Dakota, Nevaeh Leonard.
Yankton, South Dakota, Nevaeh Leonard.
She'll be facing a freshman out of Louisville, Nebraska, Dasha Jones.
All right, Nevaeh Leonard will be in the red. Jones in the blue. And we're off and wrestling. Neon pink laces for Jones. I'm digging it. These two just clubbing at each other, really just angled onto each other really well. If one of them is very cognizant of what's happening with how the other's pressuring in, and it seems like Leonard will be that one. Gets the takedown real fast. Leonard is sophomore out of Yankton, Yankton, South Dakota, 2-time state champ, 1-time state runner-up, 2021 All-American last year. She was 4th at 143. It's nice to have that board up there. So you got All-American in Nevaeh Leonard going up against Dasha Jones. And Jones is a freshman out of Louisville, Nebraska. 3-time Nebraska State qualifier. A little bit of maybe a mismatch, but we'll see. I've seen crazier things happen. Shot there by Leonard. And 4 for Leonard as she drives through and exposes the back. So essentially it's basically like 2 for a takedown and 2 for exposure. Oh, and I missed some scoring there somewhere, folks. My bladder's getting a little full, so my head's elsewhere. Nevaeh Leonard, the All-American. Again, she was 4th last year. Looks very solid.
Now off to a 157-pound action.
We're going to have somebody double duty now. We saw Curts earlier. Tennyson Curts won the 3rd match tonight. I should have wrote down notes.
Match number 3 this morning from Vancouver, Washington. Tennyson Curts.
So Tennyson Curts back out here now. All right, here we go. Interesting song choice on a Sunday. Has a low single, comes in. Moore and Curts. Curts, again, won the 3rd match of the day earlier. And take down 3. Still takes a while to get used to saying that. You better get used to it, though. It's high school rule now, too. I guess if you only yell 2, you better pray for a lot of reversals. Again, 157 pounds. Curt's lankier of the 2 in the Carolina blue. Oh, counters with a Russian tie. It comes behind on Moore. And so Moore, he is from Norton, not Kansas, which is close by, Norton, Ohio. 143 high school wins, two-time state qualifier, one-time placer, was fourth in the state of Ohio. I get there's a lot of guys out there that hit 100 wins anymore in high school, but 143 in a state like Ohio, whew, that's pretty impressive. And again, top 4 finisher in Ohio is just as nuts. You know, fourth in Ohio, and for some other states, that's your state champion. Going against Curts, who, again, we saw earlier has a win under his belt, but we'll see. Does that having that extra match hurt you or not? And right now, it doesn't seem to be. Curts, the 3-time state placer, 3-time regional champ, 116 and 9 wins, and a very underrated Washington. And a reversal, too. And, again, I've harped on this with the changes of the takedown. Used to be a lot of times coaches would yell 1, not 2, like give up the escape, not the reversal. But now that you have a 3, you know, you give up the reversal, you still have the 1. It just seems like I'm seeing more of the mat wrestling and sometimes just a little sloppiness on the top position. 5-4 for Moore. Again, good little battle here. Ohio versus Washington. Washington is definitely an underrated state. Not a lot of opportunities to move on either. They're getting better. Working here to try to get his opponent back down. It's more. He's going for a spladle. Oh, that was sneaky good. He went for it. He didn't hesitate. It was almost like a bloodhound. You were on the right track, and you just said, yep, I'm going to full-blown sprint. And, oh, mercy. There's a lot of time left in this period, too, to just be uncomfortable. Really can't get the pin here unless it's got to slide down a little more. And Moore is, Moore's reversed almost. Not quite. Oh, wow. 4-1. Yeah, I'd be shaking out my legs too. Holy buckets. Basically, we're, that was disgusting. Beautiful little slide by, and 3 is now awarded to Moore. Wow. I like this young man. Pretty solid going. I'm definitely seeing some depth here that you're going to have some guys battling it out. If you think of last year, the Olberding brothers in and out of the lineup. But, man, Curts looks good. Moore looks really solid. Just a freshman. Has a good look to him so far, 13-5, Red's choice. (14-4). Red has choice. And he's going to opt for bottom. Must not feel too bad about letting a guy with the legs of a giraffe on top of him. I believe it was earlier today that when he wrestled Jackson Huls, he was every which way but loose on top. It was like wrestling an octopus. It seemed like there was never-ending limbs. So it is a very interesting choice. But sometimes you could bottle up down there and really not have to worry about much. And we're still working here as Curts riding tough on top. Moore has done well, except for in this bottom position. I wouldn't be surprised if we get a stalling call in the next 5 seconds. Now trying to reach up and grab the head, nothing. Moore really needs to look up and fire out. He's trying to tangle with the arms a little bit. And just suffocating offense right now, or suffocating leg work by Curts. And a stalling for red, against red. And that's definitely warranted. Suffocating is Curts on that top position. He's going to try to really erase a lot of riding time, a ton of riding time. Or no, Curts has the riding time. Over 2 minutes of it. Taking the choice of bottom was a very interesting choice. Oh, that was it, though. I didn't realize that was third period. 14-5 more. And we're going to switch out some equipment, it looks like. Hopefully it won't affect you guys too much at home.
Now it's time for 160-pound action on the women's side. Freshman out of Newton, Iowa.
180 pounds on the women's side now. Hey, it sounds like whoever was announced first has a little bit of a fan club here. And here we go, women's matchup, Jesse Hutchison and Cladis Lucas. I believe it's Cladis. Never seen that name before. C-L-A-D-I-S, maybe Cladis. Very unique name. Hutchison and Lucas here now. 180 pounds in the women's side. Used to be like the top weight, but now we got, I believe, a 207. No, we got 235 in JUCO. I forgot about that. But they have added a 207. So there's 11 weight classes in women's junior college this year. Oh, Hutchison and Lucas. Hutchison is from Newton, Iowa, a freshman. She is in the red and blue, being told she needs to start doing some work. One-time Iowa State qualifier is Hutchison. Lucas, on the other hand, Cladis Lucas Escobar, Grand Island High School. Two-time Nebraska State qualifier. And a 4-point takedown by Hutchison. Now, Grand Island High School, they made the news about a week or two ago. Really interesting for the winter sports season coming up. They have decided to forego a girls varsity basketball season. They're one of the largest schools in the state. The numbers are down, and a lot of people really think that part of it is in part of both club volleyball and the fact that a lot of girls are going wrestling instead of basketball. Almost makes you wonder if some of these sports would like to see basketball go a different season to keep the numbers up, and then you kind of have your own thing going. As we got the final countdown going on, which is cute considering we still have a ton of matches. So we have a few more matches coming up here. Colin Nolden, Brock Bird up next, but right now Jesse Hutchison and Cletus Lucas battling it out here. Not a lot of action right now, just kind of tiptoeing around. Oh, a nice little duck, and as soon as I said not a lot of action, we get something. 4-2. Not a lot of money in my wallet. It didn't work. It's worth a shot, you know? Every once in a while, blind squirrel finds a nut. We're glad you're joining us wherever you're joining us from as they go into this little break here. Let you know that the Bobcats will be Midland University on Tuesday. I know Midland. If you go to if you look at Midland University, Fremont, Nebraska, they do stream that, so you'll be able to see that. And then Ellsworth Community College up in Iowa Falls, Iowa, on Friday the 1st. And then both men and women go to the Simpson College Invite in Indianola, which is going to have a few hammers at. University of Iowa women's team, I believe, is going there this year. So something to look forward to. Definitely some challenges. Hutchison up 4-2. And gets right back to the center pretty quick. And both wrestlers just kind of pacing around each other. Last time I said not a lot happening. We'll see if somebody commits to a shot. Last time that Lucas committed to a shot, she got it. She's trailing in this match. She needs to be more aggressive. But sometimes it's you get gun shy, you get down early. And you've surrendered some takedowns, but at this stage, it's kind of a do or die feeling. Tell you what, it is interesting looking at the numbers here. We got good big numbers. We got about 1 and 4 though, looking at their phones and not watching the wrestling. Society in a nutshell. Two points for Hutchison. Maybe they're watching the webcast. I doubt it. We're back to our feet. Hutchison 8-2. In control of this one. Not really seeing much action from her counterpart in blue. Really need to pull that trigger and wrestle like you are behind, because you are. As I'm guessing the inter-squad duel this hour is brought to you by 80s Music. Shot there. Stuffed, and to go behind, that makes it 10-2. Chicken Wing tries to catch the far wrist. Has it in the moment. Needs to run those feet. Comes up over the head. We're going to have exposure. And a fall. Just a complete solid match. A few miscalculations. And we must be switching up a match because this isn't a finals match.
Back to men's action at 157 pounds. A freshman from
is not the finals match yet. It's the next one.
Okay.
So just got to get the officials squared away. They're going to do two-man mechanics for the finals. That will be the next one. And we got a battle of Texas and Kansas in this one. And I have been really waiting to see. Colin Minold was one of the names that really stood out to me on the recruiting class. Freshman out of Sabetha, Kansas, in that northeast pocket of the state. Kid is tough as nails. Two-time state finalist, was an undefeated state champ. Just a real hammer for the Blue Jays of Sabetha. And his opponent, Brock Bird, comes to us all the way from Texas. And Brock Bird's background, he's a freshman, was a state qualifier in Texas. Minold is in the red anklet, the lighter blue singlet. Going to work here now. Getting wrestled for Sabetha Class 3A in Kansas, which is, they have 4 classifications. That's one of the last ones. And a great takedown right away by Bird. And it is 3-0, and somebody's bleeding. There's some blood right in the center of the mat. There we go. Here's the cleaner.
This is an opportunity to remind you about the upcoming schedule. Bobcat Men will kick off their regular season this Tuesday night as they travel to Fremont to take on the Midland University Warriors.
Oh, it's just the Bobcat Men.
Next weekend, both the men's and women's team make an Iowa swing. Friday night, they'll be at Ellsworth Community College. And then Saturday, November 2nd, Simpson College duel on the schedule for the Southeast Bobcat men's and women's wrestling teams. You can catch all the information regarding these teams and all of the Southeast Community College athletics teams at www.sccbobcats.com.
That's good to know.
Reminder, the concession stand is open out at the concourse, as well as our swag booth out there as well. You can grab some of this fine Bobcat gear while they last. They're custom printing those out there in the concourse right here this afternoon.
So Tuesday, it's just the men up there at Midland. We're early on in this matchup. And we still got a lot of matches to go, by the way. If you're just joining us, you still got plenty of time to see a lot of matches. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. We still have 18 matches? Are we going to get a pee break? Here, finish that bottle. No, kid. We're not that kind of a show. As there's an escape. Beautiful shot back in. Key lock, though, defense. Now brings it up, trying to trip him down, and does. 2 points. Or 3 points. Gosh darn it, it's math. Minold. Which almost sounds like a compound word, like as in me old. Minold. I am getting to that age. This is great action to see. A lot better than the colonoscopy I had last Wednesday. .53 seconds to go. Another shot there. These guys 4-4. And that's another thing, too, is sometimes the credentials, it's kind of hard to gauge, like one-time state qualifier out of Texas versus a 2-time state finalist, undefeated state champ out of Kansas. And sometimes it's hard to gauge, really, on who's what and just how good they are. And sometimes it's a stylistic matchup. It's kind of like if you follow the nutty Division I college football this year, man, there are some teams that just give other teams fits on what should look like good matchups. Which I'm sure Husker football fans they didn't like losing yesterday, but at least it's got to make you feel a little better about what happened the week before. Bird goes down. Minold takes top. I just realized they also have their singlets have their name on it. So if you have vision that don't suck, you could probably make out what it says. For you younger kids, if you don't know cursive, I'm sorry. It's pretty good. Don't spit water on your computer. 5-4 now. Both guys just leaning on each other. A lot of fireworks early, but now it's kind of slowed down. You kind of feel that, you get that angst and that anxiety a little bit in you. Now the pace has slowed down. Looking at some of the individuals just kind of pacing around, getting ready for matches coming up. There is one of the members of the ladies wrestling team is an absolute tree. They recruit her off the basketball team? That's like one time I actually knew a junior college. It's the same one that Pack and I had coached at Neosho Community College. They ran out of – okay, I'm going to put that down. Neosho County Community College was so short on players for the soccer team for the women one year. And the women's basketball coach was fed up with her athletes being disrespectful and showing up late to classes and stuff. So she said, hey, I'll help out the soccer team. And she made all of her girls be on the soccer team. That team was brutalized as we have 3-point takedown. They lost one game 30-0. I don't remember what year it is, but it was an eye-opener because I think at one point they got outscored like 280-1. Meanwhile, you could go to 280 soccer games and not even see 280 points scored. All right, we got a little bit of blood again. Minold just pacing around. Again, this is why paper doesn't wrestle. You got some stylistic matchups that are just different. We're going to see a few guys coming up here a little bit. We'll see a returning stud, Lance Olberding, coming up here soon. Ranked most of last year, then just beaten out for the starting spot by Jordan Oehme, who took third in the country, and they were back and forth a lot. A little work there on the head. Minold just real good stalking his opponent right now. From a Blue Jay to a Bobcat. As we got the headbanging 80s metal now going. Bird trying to counter the shot now by Minold. And out falls the nose plug. And duct tape it in there. That's where you need that Flex Seal stuff. Just Flex Seal his nostrils shut. That's what I'm thinking. I mean, why not? There's so many these go into the Shark Tank and pitch some of this stuff to them. Well, I forgot what kind of socks I was wearing. 3 red. So Manold started out the gate a little bit. I don't know if it was gun shy as much as it was Brock Bird was just ready. And that's the thing, too, with wrestling. You have so many different creatures of habit. Some people come out like a pistol and just do some great things. 11-5 final. And that's another thing. 6-point win. Really need to work on trying to get the expand and get those bonus points. But at this stage, I think it's, hey, let's just try to beat our teammate. Got a lot of blood out there right now. Terry Pack showing that he could go ahead and clean up blood as they're getting that all fixed. Get ready for another women's match.
Time now for a 125-pound men's final match.
Here we go. Here we go, finals match. We will, this is a good opportunity for the refs to work on a finals as well. So you'll see 2-man mechanics. You'll see a perimeter official and you'll see a guy on the whistle. Finals. Got to keep Travis Shaley in check. His brother owns a butcher shop here in town. What's your brother's name? What's the place? Steven? Stephen Craze. That's not right. I think he.
That's the official.
Oh, Stephen Craze is the official.
I think Justin is the
I was asking about your brother's butcher shop. Stephen Craze is on the whistle. I was like, wait a second. I know it's not it's Justin's Meats or something like that here in Beatrice. Get a lot of good stuff. This ought to be a very interesting final. Bates earlier, I starred him, has that real good, funky defense counters. And Bonham, though, pretty good on his feet, so we'll see. I would venture to say maybe a 10-pound difference. Bonham looks like the lighter of the 2 wrestlers. But they both had wins earlier today. Bonham had a win over Tristan Reinke. Woo! And a takedown for Bonham. And Bates is going to be cut immediately. He knows what he wants to do, and that's good. I had a teammate back in the day that's what he did. He caught and released you, and it worked well for him. He was a Division II runner-up, national champ, then transferred to Oklahoma State, and just, he had only started wrestling as a junior in high school, and he wound up being 3rd in the nation in Division I his final year, Mo Lawal. Well, it's a smart move. If you're out to score and you're scoring on your feet, you take down a guy 3 times, you're up 9-2 almost early on. Stuffing that leg, beautiful work here on a count. He's got a cradle. Holy buckets. Wow. Needs to look up, though. Oh, wow. Wow. I was not expecting that. I was expecting more of a battle. Bonham looking good. That is a 125-pounder that can eat a biscuit or two and make weight. Woo. Boy, I like him. I like him a lot. No sleep till Brooklyn. Nice. All right. Here we go. Anya Hatch and Isabella Negrete. And a quick takedown by Negrete, or Negrete. I think it's Negrete. Going right into the laces. Scoring a few there. Going to come back to the center for nothing. Isabella Barahone Negrete. JUCO qualifier last year. Against Anya Hatch. Negrete just looking solid. Hatch out of West Jordan, Utah. 3-time Utah State champion. Wow. But is listed at 160. That's a big thing to really clue in on, because Negrete is listed as a 180-pounder. Utah State champ, 6-time All-American, placed 10th at the Worlds in Rome. And she's losing.
Did you see that? Yeah. The names are wrong. Hatch has 6.
Okay.
Not Negrete.
Okay, that makes more sense now. I was like, wait a second. She placed 10th in the Worlds and she's losing by 10? So sorry about that. They've changed up the lineups on us. I'm going to have to go back and watch. It is on the YouTube channel for Southeast Bobcats. Well, there you go. Like my shirt. Oh, man. By the way, if you haven't met me, I'm the humblest guy you'll ever meet. So, I got the mascot on my shirt, folks. That mascot's just pacing around. Somebody feed the Bobcat a hawk or a mouse or something. There you go. 10-2. Wait. Shouldn't it have stopped there?
It was continuation.
Continuate. Oh.
She first and straight to her back.
Gotcha. Another one of them dang nuances. Woo! Dang. Man, I let a coyote fall into the cannon. Big match. Boy, she's tough as hell. Just reminds me there's a, like, Hatch peppers or whatever. It's like little, but they could have a little kick to it, and jeez. So far out of the ladies, she's been the eye-opener. Like hatched out of an egg and whooped your butt.
Pretty sure at Worlds she wrestled for Tonga, I think.
Tonga?
I think so.
Huh. Man, I don't care what country she wrestled. 10th in the world. Jeez. Lance Olberding and Ace Hobbs. That's kind of a fun name. I dig that. Ace Hobbs. No mistaking which one Olberding is. Green anklet, darker blue. Was in the hunt for starting position most of last year. Quick takedown. Older brother Eli has moved on. Right? He's at.
No, he's here.
Oh, is he here?
Sophomore.
Oh, well, oh, that's right. They both came back.
Yep.
It's Oehme that left, which actually helps out Lance because he was battling with Oehme last year, and Oehme took third in the country, and they were back and forth. So that's one thing, too, is if you get a guy that sticks around, some of these guys have come back, too, knowing that they're kind of an underdog to even crack the roster. But the thing that Terry Pack does that I think helps him out so much is he realizes the ebbs and flows. And he realizes he just doesn't recruit talent in, but he's got to help recruit them out. And if you help other programs, what ends up happening is that it gets into a situation where you have other places that will scratch your back. If you're shorthanded or something, there's a lot of states that do not have junior college wrestling. And they realize, hey, we could send a guy here to a proven winner. And Terry Pack, I mean, former National Coach of the Year, has coached National Championship team at Neosho County Community College down in Southeast Kansas, programs from scratch. And that's the nice thing about the ebbs and flows of the JUCO world, especially in this time period where there's the stupid portal. I hate the portal. And I think the portal's really ruining opportunities for JUCO guys that are basically essentially the original portal. More four-year schools are taking opportunities on guys that have quit four-year programs than they are on guys from two-year programs that have stayed the course and have earned a degree. And I'm not apologizing about that. I mean, you could risk whatever you want to. Some people do. Birds of a feather flock together. In fact, 2 birds showed up in Cal State Bakersfield this year. Left and right hand. All right. That was a deep joke there, if you didn't get that. As Olberding and Hobbs are battling it out, Olberding in control 6-1. Glad you're joining us here. Trying to pull up Hobbs' name. And 3 more for Olberding. Over Ace Hobbs, a freshman out of Mitchell, Nebraska. 4-time state qualifier, 3-time state medalist. So he's no slouch. But sometimes that 1-year experience, it's amazing. One of the things I absolutely loved was when I went to college and I would get destroyed in a wrestling room. I was on 2 national championship teams in college. I'd go home and I was the all-star of the high school room. And nothing is better than going back to your alma mater and beating the tar out of a cocky freshman. Because it's the circle of life. You're supposed to humble them. Yeah. Now I'm at that stage where I wake up and I limp and my wife wonders what happened, and I said my CPAP attacked me. Oh, the glory days have come and gone. 10-2. Olberding just looking fantastic. Low head defense. Reaches from far away. Good thought on a reshot by Hobbs. He's going to need the shot prowess of a Hobbs, of Calvin and Hobbs. Like a tiger pounce. Some of you will get that joke. Some of you need to read some books. Glad you're joining us here for match number whatever. Man, we've had a lot already.
1 minute.
Like a quadruple header here almost today. About 3.5 duels worth of action. Make it for all the times that a team comes and forfeits a bunch of weights. I didn't say that. Oh, I said it makes up for all the time teams come in and forfeit a bunch of weights. Fill a roster, folks. 13-2. Not sorry on that one either. Olberding just looks good. And special shout out to Zach Lucas, who is listening. He is the head coach down in Chapman, Kansas for my alma mater, Chapman High School. Not traditionally a wrestling powerhouse, but they're doing a lot of great things down there. He brought several wrestlers up here for the summer camp at Southeast Community College, and I'm glad he's listening. Golly, Olberding 17-2. He might now take the cake as one of the most impressive. I don't know. What Bonham did at 25 was pretty good. 207 pounds. New weight class in all of women's wrestling this year. Really like it. I have been very adamant, and I'm glad JUCOs has 235 weight class. And this is going to be stinging in the ears for some people. Women's wrestling overall needs to do better. The fact that we have a 235 only in JUCO is absolutely criminal when we have 235 weight classes at the high school level. And I hate the thought of, well, Olympic style. How many wrestlers you know in a college men's program are going to the Olympics? No, it's about academics. It's about, you might have one in every, 200 guys that is trying to make an Olympic team. We need to see high school max weight for the women mirror that at the college level, and it just irks the hell out of me. And again, that's another one I'm not sorry about. But at least JUCO's got a 235 weight class. The 207 is a step in the right direction. But I'm along the lines, why can't we have a 207 and a 235? And is being told, need to have a little more action there. Martha Hine and Alexa Ramirez wrestling now here in the women's matchup. What a busy crossover weekend for me. Finished up volleyball season. Kicking into wrestling season. Okay, shot clock now. Or activity clock, I guess, is technically the right term. It's like I got yelled at for saying push out one time. So basically you have 30 seconds here if you are Ramirez to try to score a point. If you don't in the 30 seconds, a point goes to your opposition. And we're going to stand back up. Now what is unique, though, is blue could score and then still get some points off of the passivity clock. Now the clock won't stop, but the 1 point is awarded for basically lack of action, to put it mildly. Two different, we're in the same weight class range. But again, this is what I call almost like a middle school matchup. And what I mean by that is in middle school, where we're all developing at different levels and rates, you might have a 6 foot tall kid wrestling a 5'4" kid at the same weight class, and it just looks like a spaghetti and a meatball. And these two are definitely, it's like when you go to a restaurant, you got a high table and you got a booth. And that's kind of the battle here. And honestly, Ramirez is not short by any means, but Hine just has this towering look. Just kind of, in a lot of sports, it's just a very, imposing, if that's a good word. Out of Omaha Marion High School, two-time Nebraska State Placer state champion. Marion's one of those programs that, as they go into the break, that for a while there I was not too crazy about, because for the longest time, their administration kept voting down girls wrestling here in the state of Nebraska. They're a Catholic high school for girls. They kept voting it down. And then, you know, they put in a clause where if the sport got voted down enough, that they would just go ahead and make it a sport. And they did. And then there was enough girls at that school that say, hey, we want to wrestle. I wish somebody would have came out and jumped in Alex Ramirez's corner, but nobody did. So we're back in action anyway, one-on-one here. Wrestling, very one-on-one sport. Reminds me of the first Native American doctor in the female American doctor in the U.S., Dr. Susan LaFlèche Picote, who has a quote that even if I have to fight alone, I will fight hard always. And her statue, her bronze statue, is outside of the state capitol and on the plaza at the Nebraska State Office Building where I work primarily in the cancer field. And that is a big sum of what happens. Ramirez, two-time state qualifier out of Crete, so just up the road. She's listed as 235, so this is where JUCO having a weight is really at an advantage. Up the road in Crete, they do have a program. Doane has a program. I believe Doane right now in the NAI preseason rankings for the women are 10th or 11th. They have the U23 or the U20 Women's World Champion on their squad, and Cristel Rodriguez. But they don't have a 235-pound weight class. And so that poses a little bit of problems here of high school 235. JUCOs have 235. But then it really falls off. And that's where we need to – if the guys can go from 285 to 285 to 285, you know, where's that parity? And so that's really where we need the dads and the men's coaches to stick up for the ladies too and say, hey, we need more opportunities. Beating a horse to death here. And now being admonished here by the official. (3-0). And a big takedown there by Ramirez to take the lead. Few fans have trickled out. Still a good crowd, though. I mean, bleacher butt. This is practice for that, too. Oof. Big step in for the step out. It almost sounds like instructions on Dancing with the Stars. Oh! Nasty outside leg hook. Oh, that was beautiful. That was kind of how I used to do stuff, but I would go underhook and head. Oh, just as long legs. And Martha Henne, she's going to give people problems just because of that, the length, and she knows how to use it. All right. You're going to see him coming out again. Keaton Cloak. He's got his hands full. Cloak looked good earlier on. David City wrestler, Keaton Cloak. Here we go. Keaton Cloak against returning All-American at 141 pounds, Eli Olberding, who took 6th at the national tournament last year in Council Bluffs. He is in the red anklet, and he is a hammer. Big test for the freshman Cloak. Cloak in the lighter blue, the Carolina blue, out of David City Scotus High School. No information on his profile other than that's where he's out of. Takedown and immediately into the tilt. And the thing that I've noticed a lot with the wrestlers that Coach Pack brings in, like in the lighter weight, like the 25, 33s, 25, he's found a lot of lighter entertainment. And then we got a takedown here. We're trying to get some technology things figured out. Big takedown on the reach shot by Olberding. Had a hold of that leg. No count, though. Olberding going to work. Guess we got somebody out on a Walmart run trying to buy us some equipment. And Cloak, the freshman, had that confidence earlier, but you know this is college wrestling in a nutshell. You may have the best draw in the world early on, but at some point, somebody's going to be the person that's unleashing the belt. If you don't understand that what I just said, you probably are just sent to your room without your phone. I'm about keeping it real today. 4 count here, sitting on the 4. He might get this. Boy, there's a lot of pain on his face for not really a lot of, I was going to say not a lot of pressure, but the way the Olberdings have these long arms, and he had it wrapped over and around, like how most people would shoot a half. He shot a body half, really, and just pressured his chest in and used his chest and his arm as a bear hug. And you might not have been able to see it real well, but Cloak just looked like he was being, like a boa constrictor had him, and just was uncomfortable. Just looked in a lot of pain. Aldrich and Clark now, 235 pounds of action. And Clark's in the blue, Aldrich in the red. Again, we got a good shot here by Aldrich. Trying to finish up now, not quite. And has the 2. Clark's already given up the 2, but slides to the hip and then comes on top. Bumps her, pulls her opponent forward. Really needs to run around now. When she pulls forward, she's going for a twister. She's going to get caught on her back and immediately pinned. So Aldrich will pull off the win. You know that there's a saying that goes around in the sport of wrestling. It's been really rampant in the last 3 or 4 years. But a lot of people say wrestling is for everyone. But again, if wrestling is for everyone, we need to make it accessible to everyone. That's another thing, too, is, you know, we talk about freestyle a lot in Greco at the college or at the international level. I am a real big proponent of getting folk style wrestling in the Para-Olympics, because there's a lot of wrestlers we've had over the years that are, you know, para wrestlers that freestyle doesn't work well for him. And we're losing opportunities to take para-athletes in wrestling and having like folk style would fit well in the Paralympic Games. But again, that got to get some support behind that. Maverick Higman and Keith Smith now out there. Higman in the red anklet, Smith in the green. And this is 149 pounds of action. And Smith with the takedown. We're winding down the day. Still got quite a few matches to go. Hageman out of Elkhorn Valley High School in Tilden, Nebraska. He was a state runner-up. I'm guessing that's probably a Class D or a C school up there. And then Keith Smith, who scores again on that takedown. He is out of Lincoln, Nebraska. He just got some near fall and then releases his opponent. Two-time state champ, Fargo champ. He's a sophomore transfer. I know that. If I remember right, he's a transfer from Northern State in Aberdeen. Comes back, be closer to home. Another 3 points, just super talented. Yep, he was at Northern State. Four-year starter, senior captain. He's looking pretty good over Hageman right now. Was on that Northern State roster, which is a pretty solid D2. They're always in about that, top 15 range. Wrestled for former UNK Loper stud Jeff Rutledge. 119-16 record. Won the title as a sophomore and senior in high school. UWW Cadet Greco-Roman All-American. I'm going to run out of time there. So he's had a pretty decorated career. Man, he's looking super just. I keep saying that certain people are looking impressive. I'm not going to say that to Smith. It's the obvious. He's looking good. The thing I'm noticing about Smith, unlike some other people that have impressed me, is composure. He looks just very relaxed as his opponent tries to do a big outside step. But just very composed, very chill with this big early lead. And that's a lot of it too. Sometimes people get all the nerves and the anxiousness, and maybe he does have some, but I would tell you right now, if he was at a poker table, you couldn't read his face. Oh, going for a duck under there. Transitioning from the high C, tries to finish on the ankle, bundles the leg, steps over, captures the 3, and he's going to have a 17-2 tech fall. Keith Smith is looking pretty good. It's listed as a 149 match. And you got the Olberdings and you got a few other people. They got a good little potential murders row in the lightweights.
Our next match, conditioning match at 103 pounds.
They must have changed the opponent here. Fallon, Chavez, Bravo.
Maribel Gonzalez. They switched it.
Oh, they switched it?
Yep, so it's Maribel Gonzalez.
Oh, you might want to let him know. Because he said the other name. So Maribel Gonzalez. Maribel Gonzalez and Brooklyn Knoll here at a 103-pound matchup. And Knoll's in the blue. And Gonzalez's hair matches her shoelaces, which is pretty impressive when you see how hot pink that is. They both got some hot pink laces on. I like it. Big left. Mercy. Golly. Brings her down with authority, but no amplitude. Only a 2 awarded.
Is it 2 and then 2?
Okay, 2 and 2. Chuck Woolery. Google it. Don't want to give you all your life's lessons. Sometimes you got to do the homework yourself. But an early lead here for Noel, or Noel. We're going at 2.5 hours almost of straight wrestling here. And the crowd they've stayed loyal, which is awesome to see. Now trying to snake her over. Noel looking tough. And they're going to go outside the cylinder. Hope you all are enjoying this broadcast brought to you by SCCBobcats.com. Well, it's actually on their YouTube channel, SCC Bobcats. Follow along, though, on SCCBobcats.com for all your wrestling information, as well as other sports. With the Bobcats, competitions at different campuses. The basketball and volleyball teams are at the Lincoln campus. Wrestling down here in Beatrice, right on the Kansas border. And a beautiful slick takedown, and that's going to be it. Noel making quick work of Gonzalez. Men's final at 157 coming up, so this will be Jaden Moore and Colin Manold. So Manold and Moore. Both these guys won matches early on. They're both back out here now. Again, Manold out of Sabetha, Kansas. Had a win earlier on over, I'm looking through here, Brock Bird, Texas wrestler. And then Moore awaited the winner of a match even earlier in the day and took care of Tennyson Curts. So both these guys have wrestled one match. Manold in the light blue and green. Against Moore. I both just, sometimes what happens is when you get guys in the room that battle each other all the time, it doesn't always equate well in a inter-squad type of setting because they know there's more on the line sometimes, but they know each other so well too that sometimes you get a very gun-shy matchup. I don't want to say boring because there'll be some purists that absolutely will take me over the coals, and I get it. But for your average fan that is coming in that isn't a super big fan of wrestling or hasn't been exposed to a lot of good wrestling yet, if you see the very gun-shy stuff, it's not great. Now, I will say this. With the dual setting like tonight, some of these guys are going to see more individuals in a dual setting than they will at a tournament setting, just because of the nature of the beast. In high school, you have everybody and their great-grandma showing up at some little pillbox high school to support the athletes, and they're all from that same regional area. We've got wrestlers from all over the place. We got wrestlers from Ohio. We got wrestlers from, like, California. Their parents can't just pick up and show up on a weekend. And so that's where it's very important, too. Like, if you're in the vicinity and you love wrestling, adopt one of these guys. Adopt one of these ladies. And really come out and show support because, like I said, some of these young individuals are hours upon hours away from their home communities. And so it's the job and responsibility, really, of the surrounding communities, anywhere 2 to 4 hours or something. If you can make it to a tournament, if you can make it to a duel, and you build some relationships with these young individuals, it'll leave a big impression on them, and they'll want to continue and move on, realizing, hey, somebody supports me. What you see a lot failure-wise at this level is the homesickness and sometimes the discipline of being away from home. But if we could have community come together with a lot of colleges, and this goes for 2-year and 4-year, I think you'll see a lot more flourishing and a great work relationship of what should already be working, a community and the local education system. As we go into the second period, no scoring in that first period. So I'm glad they didn't go neutral, as it's 1-0. In this 157-pound men's finals. Glad you could be here with us. Aaron Swayze on the call here in Beatrice, Nebraska. Moore in Manold. Moore out of, now I'm remembering things. Moore is out of Norton, Ohio. He was a 4th-place finisher in Ohio. And Manold catches him in a funky situation there and exposed him for a 2-point near fall. Okay, so Moore had an escape, and then Manold got the takedown, and then 2. So takedowns are worth 3. That is happening in high school this year too, so you need to be very aware of that. If you're out and about at high school meets or you haven't been to a high school meet in a while, don't be that person yelling 2 at the top of your lungs. Although I think most people would give you grace and laugh. I still know referees that throw up 2. And they're getting paid. I don't know why I found that so funny, but sometimes you got to entertain yourself, folks. The small victories as Manold shoves him off. One of the small victories I think about as I get older, I put on some clothes that for 5 years, I've had for 5 years. And I was able to fit into them after 5 years, which, granted, it was only a pair of socks, but it's It's a victory. All right. My bladder feels a lot better because I just got a check. I forgot I had to pee. Not really. My eyes are turning yellow. Oh, Manold. I'm liking this kid. I was big on him before I even knew that he signed to Southeast Community College. I'm an old Kansas guy, and there were certain guys that I thought would fall under the radar, and he's definitely one. That whole northeast portion of Nebraska, there is no junior college with wrestling, and so it's really opened the door for Southeast. And down in the Kansas area, Kansas has been known to have some dang good teams over the years. Pratt is top 3 every year now. Labette has won national titles for years. For several years under Jody Thompson and then Joe Renfro. That whole conference and their qualifier, oh my, beautiful. Should have really, the only thing I'm going to pick on here, I'm glad he finished the shot, but sometimes you need to also have that body awareness. This is where sometimes, like, I remember doing matches where you would have blindfolds. And you have to sometimes have the feel. When he lifted him up and he's taking him down, you should have that feel that he's going to his side and really swim to the head. You could potentially just end a match because you could get a pin or something like that. 12-3. Man, Manold looks good.
Manold, your winner, 157 pounds.
And he's going to come off.
124 pound man.
Oh, 1, 2, 3.
A couple of freshmen there from Visalia, California,
Jasmine Ortega from California.
And another freshman from Valentine, Nebraska, Ariana Blue.
And she will be up against Ariana Bloom out of Valentine, Nebraska, who won earlier.
Oh. I don't have the match.
I'm supposed to ask you what size of hoodie you want.
Do you have triple, if not double?
A double?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm wide. You like my shirt?
I do.
Cool. I'm getting swag and paid.
Okay.
All
All I need is a piss cup.
all right. So we still don't have the match, do we?
I got it up. I just pulled up a different match so you can score it. Okay. So the names are wrong.
So the names are wrong, but it's Jasmine Ortega and Ariana Bloom. And we'll get that fixed here. So if you're watching, no, it is not Salgado and Loredo. I think those might both be cities in Texas. I know Loredo is, not that spelling though. So Ortega and Bloom. Going at it here. This is 124 pounds of action. Or so we're told. Might not be. But we'll get those names fixed. I'm sure somebody's going to come up to the table and say you got the names wrong. It's always great to have help like that. It's kind of like the parent that yells, squeeze. So Ortega and Bloom. And I'm a headbutt. A little bit of Clash of the Champions there. I have no clue who's what color right now. I might want to check, see if she's concussed. It will be corrected afterwards. I do believe Ortega is red. Bloom wrestled earlier. Had a good win over Ashton Hofling. Big! Oh, only a 1 point. Only a 1 point toss there. My goal is to get the refs to choke on their whistle from laughing. Meanwhile, the Panther is still, or Panther, it's a Bobcat. I mean, they were the Storm a few years ago before they had wrestling. Drives her out 4. I worked with this official at the Premier National League as a hoot. Some of the best clubs around, and I worked at we were on a baseball diamond all day, which was fantastic fun. Oh. Thank you. All right, I had to give Coach's wife a big hug. Man, oh, damn, that is slick as heck. Wow.
So I know the names are wrong, but I'll just reset it after.
Sweet. Man, I have got some gear. Woo-hoo. Sorry, folks, I've lost track here. Easily distracted by swag, and this pullover is nice. So, yeah. Try to take some photos of that later this week and share it on my social media accounts. If you're on Twitter, you can follow me at Sways Happens. Towel Tapper had one job, and he dropped the, it's not even a towel anymore. It's a pool noodle, which if you get whacked by those right, they do hurt. 6-1 lead for Bloom. Well, Bloom.
That's my guess.
Yep, that's my guess too. So, all right, they're going to sit her back up as the referee clears the earwax out. This is where you start getting delusional after so many matches. I love wrestling, but, man, sometimes you're like, you hit that cuckoo hour. It's getting to that hour. I'm excited to go get something to eat afterwards, though. I know there's a little town not too far away from here called Philly, Nebraska, Filley, and they have some bar and grill place that looks phenomenal, like your dive of the year. So I'm a heavyweight. I need to keep this nice little figure going. So we're still rocking and rolling. Wow, we got some of the song choices that have come on during certain matches. Loser by back. And then Dude Looked Like a Lady. Are definitely choices. But I think it's just on a random playlist. I mean, though we've gone from 80s rock to kind of a grunge 90s. Oh, nice shot. One. You get on those legs, you really need to lift up and then just either truck your opponent out. You really want to get that back exposure. Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Only 9 matches left. It's almost a duel. We're having fun. Glad you're joining us from wherever you are joining us from. SCCBobcats.com will have all your information on how you can follow the Bobcats around this year. A lot of very intriguing things happening both for the men and women. The women are going to be tested. That Simpson event, Iowa University women will be there. That's a huge test. As we get a headlock attempt, and it's nice. Head and arm and the stick immediately. You don't have to wait for the shoulders to be down forever. And Bloom looks pretty solid. Next up, Noah Strantz and Diego Maganda coming up, 165 pounds of action.
Over to men's action, the 165 pounds. He's a sophomore from Okoboji, Iowa. Noah Strantz.
Out of Okoboji.
Oh, yeah.
Diego Maganda.
I know. I said I was trying to get you to choke on your whistle.
All right. Official for the ladies is like, no, there was a step out and there was a throw. I said, I know. I just want to get you to choke on your whistle. If I get them to laugh, that's always a bonus, you know. A little different level of quirk, if you will. Strantz, I believe, is a returning sophomore. That name rings a bell or two. And he's hoping to ring the bell of Diego Maganda, which that name sounds familiar. This might be two veteran guys. I'll let you know here in a second. Maganda, no, is a freshman out of Schuyler Central High School. I didn't even know Schuyler had more than one high school. That might be new. That town is booming. Two-time state qualifier, 100-plus wins, three-time conference champion. And then Strantz is out of Okoboji, Iowa. And he was seventh in the state of Iowa, but he was a JUCO qualifier last year. So veteran to the team. Gets on the leg, and they're going to go flying out of bounds. Now, the difference here is in the freestyle that we've been watching, that would have scored points. That would have been a step out. And actually, that it went to his back, it would have probably been 4. But no dice there. They got to kind of keep it in the mat. Big shot attempt there by Maganda. Didn't really set it up. So that's something that right away, as a freshman, you see that rawness showing. And a lot of things you'll see too is like based on programs, like certain times you'll see a name of a high school program where a kid came from and you're like, oh, they're going to be okay. Then you see some where you're unsure. They might have had just natural raw talent and ability, but definitely need to be kind of molded. They're just a good raw lump of clay that needs refined. Now, even though there's some guys and gals that come from very good established programs, they are also like clay in a way, but they need to have a little more polish on it. What you did in high school, I don't care if you were a 4-time state champion. There's a lot of nuances that will get you in trouble here at the college level. That's why you don't see a bunch of 4-time undefeated college people, regardless of division. I've seen some monsters in JUCO that have struggled. And no takedown yet. They do have reaction time, has made its triumphant return to the college scene after having the bozo calls of where your fingernail could touch. There's a fight there. Nothing there. Nothing there. What you saw in that action was the shoulders were exposed on Maganda. This is something for the college level that's different. Once the shoulders were there and there's no control of a takedown, the referee does an upward count with his hand. So basically brings like the old school tomahawk chop is the best way I could say it. Does the tomahawk chop up 1, 2, and then if it's in the control of that count, then they award the 3 points. Body lock here. Oh, boy. Trying to counter is Magana, but slipping out of the, well, not slipping through, but just breaking that toss attempt is Strantz. So Magana down 4-0. He's not wrestling a bad match. It's just, you know, that 3-point takedown is a big game changer here. And something, too, when you're a freshman, freshmen come in and they need humbled. And I mean that in the nicest way. They come in and you were a big fish in a small pond. And now you're in a room of a lot of, a lot of other studs that have been the big fish also. Well, at some point, you've got to determine, are you a killer whale or are you a guppy? And, Maganda, not looking bad considering he's up against a decently tough Noah Strantz, who national qualifier last year, has that whole season of college underneath him, so he understands the nuances. Now, I think in the next year or two, it'll be really interesting to do a breakdown to see if there's statistical significance in terms of how the high school rule set is changing for the guys, because I think you're going to see more wrestlers ready to compete at the college level. The things that will be different, of course, you got to get used to riding time. You got to get used to the danger, neutral. But it's going to be closer. It's going to be more tight-knit that a lot of coaches are going to like what they see out of high school athletes more coming up and not just one-dimensional. You're really going to have to get better on your feet, which I think a lot of time in high school, as we get an escape on Magana, you have a lot of times where there's so much about riding, but there's no riding time. So if you're not turning them or you're not getting reversal, then it's kind of a mute point. 4-2, riding time is at 1:02 for Strantz. You only need 1 minute of riding time to score a point at the end of the match. It comes at the end of the match. It doesn't matter how many minutes you have. If you have 5 minutes of riding time, congratulations. You're the captain of that ship. But it doesn't get you 4 extra points. You only get 1 point after riding time. And honestly, that's another thing that some wrestlers need to get better at too, is knowing that
Did we roll it back?
he's trying to get it fixed right now on the riding time clock, so we are trying to get that done. It shows up a little different on the screen here in-house, but we are working on that. It might be a deal of because they're wrestling right now, but we have a clock running. We got it? All right, we got it fixed now. It is 102.42. Third period. Well, Maganda's still in it. 4-2, a takedown wins it. Has to go for something. Dives in here. Now he's got to go for a throw or something. Oh, and keeps the foot in. Beautiful, smart wrestling by Strantz. The slip of the headlock. Gets behind but throws the foot right back in. And Maganda, just a little mistake earlier, and that does him in. We got a few more men's matches in a row. We had a guy from western Nebraska. Now we got a guy from southern Nebraska. And that's the name of the towns. It's not just no, he's from out south or he's from down west or whatever, or opposite of that because that sounded weird. But Aiden Caps and Braxton Janda. And Caps will be in the red, Janda in the green. out of Sutherland. Sutherland, Nebraska, two-time state qualifier is Caps. And Janda out of Minden, home of the Whippets. Three-time Nebraska State qualifier, two-time placer. Minden, home of the famous Pioneer Village. And you know you've made it when South Park makes fun of you. As Sweet Dreams by the Eurythmics plays in the background. This is not a dream, folks. This is reality, and it's pretty awesome. Day of wrestling, beautiful. Textbook, got in on the leg and windmilled back his arm to get to the leg, but he's not finishing. And that is a Janda. Caps now just trying to lay heavy. Janda looking to do some real nice things. Like when you go over like drills in practice, he's hitting things like you would drills in practice, the beautiful slow motion. But the problem is at some point, it's an old saying I've heard as he gets the takedown, slow is smooth, smooth is fast. And that's why you really got to get down the technique and go slow and get the rhythm. And then once you have that, it's smooth transitioning in competition. And when you're able to be smooth in competition, it's like lightning in a bottle, and it will hit. 3-1 lead for Janda. As looks like we've got about 7 matches to go after this. Winding it down. And glad you could join us. If you are enjoying this broadcast of Bobcat Wrestling, please make sure you give an email to the admin or the coaches at sccbobcats.com. Love to bring you all sorts of action. I know they bring you volleyball, basketball, and so much more. And we're glad to bring you into the den of the Bobcats here on the campus here in Beatrice. I just realized up in the corner of the gym, they have Eve Herland's poster for being a national champion. And then on the end behind me, Isaac White has a national finalist poster. So those are pretty slick looking if you ever get a chance to make it. I'll try to take photos of that later on and, again, share it to my social medias. But really cool touches to have your photo and all that up there. There's also the All-American placards here on the north side of the gym as well. Jan is going to go on top here of Caps. Again, this is 174 pounds. Isaac White was at this weight last year. Did pretty well. Yeah, I did pretty well. National runner-up. I just said that, too, and you forget things as you get older. Yeah, go to the website.
That was tight.
Oh, that was tight. I think he said go to the website. Oh, man. Getting to that loopy stage now. Getting a lot of commentary about getting some messages from fans. All in all, awesome atmosphere, great matches. Also capitalized the word stellar for stellar commentary. And that's good. That's nice. Glad the commentary doesn't suck. If they already paid me, so I mean, no. Sounds like we got Jed Clark listening out in California. Shout out to Jed. I'm sure there's a lot of other people listening in too. Hope you are having a wonderful Sunday. And honestly, too, if you are a four-year college coach and you're watching this and you see somebody that you're like, hey, that kid's pretty legit, feel free to message me and I'll get you in contact with the coaches, or go ahead and go to the SCC Bobcats website and get a hold of the coaches. And a lot of these individuals are just stellar people. I've had a privilege of meeting a lot of the athletes from other sports as well. I've met volleyball players. I've met basketball players. And just Southeast is doing a lot of great things. A lot of special. That is kind of a funky, I don't even know if that has a name for it. I'm going to say it's right foot blue, because that was the most corkscrew, weird leg twister move out there. And 6-3. And green chooses neutral. So he's up 6-3 is Janda. Janda in caps. Both guys just tying up right now. Both guys just ear to ear right now. Not a lot of action. If you're caps, you need to that wasn't even caps doing the shot. If you're caps, you need to look up at the scoreboard, which I don't usually say look at the scoreboard, but you need to realize you're losing. And that's another thing that I like about this inter-squad. You are out there on the island by yourself. You don't have coaches in your corner yelling. So you have to have a little bit of discipline yourself to know that I am losing this match. But there doesn't seem to be too much urgency to score either. And what a perfect time to hear hit me with your best shot, because we're not seeing anybody shoot right now. Both guys just dancing around right now. A lot of hand fighting, but not fighting to get a takedown. Now, you can't take a shot with 1 second left and expect to have a takedown when it's a process that usually takes about 4 to 5 seconds. But Janda wins. All right, one of my favorite last names to say, Schwartz. Figure. Cozad, Nebraska, the Haymakers. And I believe he is a transfer out of Nebraska Wesleyan. Dad Dave, I believe, is here in attendance. And they're going at it. Schwartfiger in the green anklet, the black and blue, against White, who might be wearing a singlet a little too big for him. Going up from 174, where he's the national runner-up at JUCO. He's made that finals on the platform, and he's ready to get back there and take the crown. We'll see how he does against Schwartfiger, who definitely looks like he probably cuts a little more. He's got a decent-sized trunk on him. The thigh test. But we'll see. At our first peek of the national runner-up at 174, weight class down for Isaac White. Schwartfigure. Wrestled at Lincoln East. Class A, 182-pound state qualifier in 2022. Academic All-State 2023. Class A, 182, fourth place medalist.
You know these schedules? You see them on Twitter? You ever seen these?
Yeah.
I do.
Oh, nice. Nice. What's your Twitter handle?
Mike Smith 49.
Okay. Here, write that down. I'll make sure I add you. Making buddies. Cool. Nice. Both these guys still clubbing away. Isaac White. The national runner-up from a year ago. Not on the scoreboard just yet. We're 2 minutes in. Schwartfigure listed as a freshman. Again, I believe he's a redshirt freshman because he was at Nebraska Wesleyan a year ago. Got a heck of a good tan. Give him that. Makes you look a lot more defined. And break. And just under 13 seconds to go here. 6 more matches to go. Oh, we already follow each other. Already follow each other. All right, here we go. All right. Cool. Just good old fun. Took a photo of the of referee Travis Shaley yesterday, and his mom loved it. So I said I'd get more of him too, which I still got some time. I'm really looking forward. We got a heavyweight match coming up here shortly. And then a bunch of wrestlebacks for the men. Huh?
One girls match.
One girls match in there. Oh, yeah. So only one more girls match left. We'll do 2 more men's. Then we'll go to the ladies. Then 3 wrestlebacks. That 157 weight is so deep. So it'll be interesting to see that 125 also has some real entertaining wrestlers. 149. So I'm sure my mind will be jogged when I see a lot of that again. We're kind of in that classic lineup right now, stalling and a point to red. In the second period, just a suffocating top game by White. And this is where he really makes his bread and butter. And another stalling by Travis Shaley. Doesn't like the lack of work going on. And Schwartfigure, that means he's given up 3 stallings. Oof. Now he's got to get to work. He doesn't have any options. And he's neutral now. And so that is 3-0 lead for White. Well, you know, coming in on paper, you would have thought, okay, this could be one of those ones where you have a little bit more of a stretch. But, again, it's interesting on how he is going to develop going up to 184. And I'll be honest, too, sometimes you say, I'm going up that weight class. But maybe you get into some tournaments and then you may not see the success you have. And maybe late in the season you go, yeah, who knows. Based on what I saw with Janda and Caps, I think White could win 74 spot. And Schwertfeger, you know, I think some of his strengths is probably his strength. He has a bigger brother, I know, as well. It's a heavyweight for Nebraska Wesleyan. Started for like the last 3 years. So he's got that strong wrestling, well, dedication in the weight room, and might just pose some issues to White. Definitely not the match I was thinking we would see here. If you would have told me that it was 3-0 and 2 of the points were scored off stallings and 1 for an escape, I would have been underwhelmed with White. Although White is in on a shot trying to finish here now. Schwertfeger, nice defense there. And 3-0. 4-0, the riding time. Thank you. Yeah, not a. It's a win at the end of the day, and you know when you get further along in the season, that's what you expect, but you also expect your hammer to lay down the hammer, and when you're up against other teams, you're hoping he goes a little more, but sometimes when you know your opponent so well, they're definitely not the eye-catching matches. I don't want to take anything away from either of them. Because, yeah, sometimes it's such a tight-knit thing. 197. Both these guys look like they just rolled out of bed with their wild hair. They've had to wait around for a while. This thing started at 11. It's 2 o'clock. And this is Dustin Hurley and Zach Shumway, 197 pounds. Or as I call it, the glory days. And we're glad you're joining us. A lot of good hand fighting just right now. I'll tell you a little bit about these wrestlers. Shumway is out of Vail, Arizona, Mika Mountain High School. And he is in the green anklet. Second in 2022, and then third twice after that in 23 and 24. So a 3-time top 3 finisher in Arizona. Going up against Dustin Hurley. Hurley is representing the area of Seward. So he's a former Blue Jay, apparently. A state qualifier. For the Blue Jays. The city I called home for my first few years up here in Nebraska, as I was assistant coaching there at Concordia University of the NAIA. Concordia with the new head coach, and Josh Watts, who last 11 years or so was the head coach at Iowa Western Community College. So the freshman takes the lead here. 2 near fall awarded to Shumway. Hurley up and out. A little bit of a staggered step there, almost like a fake attack, which I like a little bit better than just let's shoot from who knows where with no setup. Still head-to-head, just going at it 5-1. Shumway. Red's going to defer. Shumway's going to go ahead and take the down position. Glad you are joining us. This is Swayze, Aaron Swayze, on the call for Bobcat Wrestling. A lot of matches happening. I have to make sure I find a charger after this is over. I'm down to like 40%. Going at it now. There was an escape. So 6-1 lead for Shumway. And the headgear comes off. All right, back into action now. Second period, Shumway with the lead here. And he's only a freshman. And that's the thing here, too, at junior college. Most times you're truly out of high school, fresh off of your state tournaments last year. You're into the room. It's like you've really never lost any normalcy. But sometimes you could also find yourself in there with somebody who decided to go into the military, comes back at the age of 30 and wrestles. Or, as we've also seen in the recent years, somebody decides, oh, yeah, I'd love to have a college opportunity. Let me come from Mongolia and throw you around like a rag doll. I mean, last year, Isaac White's finalist opponent last year, holy smokes. If wrestling was a fine art, that dude was Picasso. Man, I'm pretty impressed with what I just said. Wow. Every once in a while. And our tapper looks real enthused to be here. He waves at his adoring fans on the side. And now he looks back over at his buddies again. And he meanders off and checks his phone once again like a millennial. Mercy. Shumway in control here, 6-1. Not sure if there's really any other guys at this weight. A Schwertfeger in that situation at 84 behind White. He pushed White pretty good. But still, I'm not sold on White as staying at 84. He might be. Maybe he just likes to eat and wants to be in that control. But if that's the case, if I'm Schwertfeger, I might give my chance to this weight. But we'll see. A lot of things happen, especially at the JUCO level. Usually whatever's the starting roster in the first duel, you get into the second semester and you've lost kids to homesickness, to failure for knowing how to set your alarm clock and get to class, and all those other things that are kind of important to be a student athlete. .48 seconds to go, third period. And 3 for Hurley. Wow, Hurley's not giving up, and that's what you like to see in your wrestlers. It's going to make Shumway work for this. I really would like to see arm drags and stuff when you're grabbing each other's arms. 17 seconds. Hurley's got to go, and he's got to the legs, but he's got to really advance up. Beautiful stuff in the head by Shumway, really circling Hurley back. Hurley now back in on the legs. He's going to run out of real estate in time, but man, Shumway got that lead early and holds on late, and credit to him. But Hurley should hold his head up high. Give him a battle.
Moving ahead now to the 285-pound class on the men's side. Sophomore out of Caldwell, Idaho,
Miguel Perez Diaz.
And he's taking our winner from way back this morning of match number 5, a freshman from Battle Creek, Nebraska, Thompson.
And against Case Thompson. Oh, yeah, he wrestled the 5th match. Well, he wrestled like a few hours ago. So I don't know if that's good for him. Anyway, I do not have him doing well against Perez Diaz. Not a slight on him. But I watched Perez Diaz last year in a backup role to Kaz Heisen. And he's pretty legit. 3-time third-place finisher. Man, that's one of those hit-and-miss things. It's you go out every year winning a match, but you never made it to the state finals. And I'm willing to bet he might cut to make 285. He's got a big, good size on him. He's put on some decent-looking weight. We'll see what he could do here against Hurley, who I'm guessing Hurley's probably around maybe 240. There's definitely a discrepancy in size. That's like when I work tournaments. I love having the weigh-ins of the heavyweights because you see all sorts of people. You see guys that are like having to eat a salad to make weight, and then you got guys that are like lined up at the buffet trying to put on enough weight to make the heavyweight class. Because sometimes you get a light athletic guy, beautiful leg grab, and they go flying out of bounds. But no points in folk style wrestling here. Case again wrestled earlier. Case Thompson. And again, if you want to follow along with these wrestlers, SCCBobcats.com. Also on the roster, you'll see that some of them have Instagram or Twitter. You could follow them as well if they have that out there. Some of these individuals get pretty creative with their social medias. Thompson out of Battle Creek, Nebraska. And a 3 takedown. 3-time qualifier, 1-time state placer. And he's listed at 235, and he's given up size here. He really is. Perez Diaz, though, man, he really has put on some good weight, and he will get the fall. And we get ready for our last women's match of the day. And we've got 3 more men's matches after.
Still the weight back, going back to the women, 110-pound match.
110-pound finals here for the ladies. By the way, should mention that Terry Pack last year NJCAA Women's Coach of the Year, overseeing the operation of both programs. And we got Salgado and Loredo. So Salgado and Loredo. Alejandra Loredo Apodaca. Lincoln Southeast. Doesn't have really anything on her resume listed. She wrestled the second match today, so she's had a long wait. And Salgado, I thought Salgado had a match too. I must be mistaken here. Oh, yeah, no. Originally, she was going to be in that second match of the day. But that changed up. And it was Loredo and Chavez. Bravo. So there must have been late in the week, one of them must have prevailed over, or late last week or earlier this week, somebody must have prevailed over the other one. And so got a bye kind of here to the finals. Did Salgado. So Salgado and Loredo Apodaca. Salgado out of Schuyler. 2-time state qualifier, 1-time state placer. She was a NJCAA qualifier. And we get a fall. And your winner will be Salgado.
You have Keith Smith and Trevon Reinke and Tennyson. So it's not going to be Oehme and Reinke coming up. No, it's going to be Oehme and Braxton. Okay. But there should be a girls' match right now, right? No, that was the girls' match. Oh, shit. Oehme and Braxton.
All right. So they're trying to get things squared away. We're going to get the last of the folk style matches going here.
We're off to wrestleback matches now at 125 pounds. Freshman out of Brandon Valley, South Dakota, Trevon Oehme.
And we're going to have Oehme and Hammond.
We'll be facing Braxton, Hammond.
Oehme and Hammond. This is light guys. Just a little guys. So it's all men's matches from here on out. Glad you were able to listen to the women's matches. Some good tunes playing too. All right, we've got poisoned by Alice Cooper for one. All right, we got Oehme and Hammond. Hammond. Hammond lost that very first match of the day to Tristan Reinke.
It's just wrestleback. So the rest of these are just wrestleback.
And then Trevon Oehme, who lost to a very tough Kashtian Bates. Bates was just real funky and good counter wrestler. Based off what I saw earlier, I would probably say maybe a slight advantage to Oehme. And he gets the first takedown. And going for the kill real quick with that cradle. These guys are ready to be done. We wrestle too much longer, it's already going to be dinner. Ooh, that just reminded me. I'm thinking of food. There's a good steakhouse on the way back to York. That's dirt cheap. We'll see, though. Hats off to all the people that have kept their rears in the bleachers. They're going to stand up and their legs are probably going to be locked. Not a lot of cushion there. Speaking of cushion, Oehme trying to add to this lead, but pesky Hammond trying to finish off here, and they're going to go out of bounds. And we're going to go continuous action. So Hammond can get on the legs, but now it's a matter of can he finish smartly. Because the one thing that I've noticed when Oehme was wrestling him, he stuffed the head and kind of has him baited to, you know, do, some people call it a can opener. Or you just flip him over. Oh, my goodness. That was phenomenal. What just a counter shot by that Hammond's on top. Oehme's on top. Whew. Man, just only a 3 count. And an escape, 3-2. The Rhea shot by Oehme. And I kind of hope he has another, like, reshot here. The Rhea shot. I made up a word. The reshot there. Gosh dang it. There we go. 13-2. Oehme's going to take down. Get an escape here. I'd put you up by 12. Yeah, a takedown would win it. Finish the night off pretty quick. Man, I'm pretty stoked about this warm-up. Slick as hell. Nice. Tell you what, Coach Pat will take care of you. If you'd like to join, come to the den and wrestle, you know, fill out a recruit. There should be a place for recruits on the SCC Bobcats website. I know they love to give tours and all that. They have the gym all to themselves. They ship the volleyball team and the basketball teams up to Lincoln, so now you got a good problem here. Or you get to keep the mats out, and you just rolled away a few mats for today and left one up. It's a good problem to have. I'll have to come down for a full tour of the campus. I pretty much have only seen the inside of the gym. Now, if you get up to the campus up in Lincoln, they have a culinary school there that actually has a restaurant that Monday through Friday has just a delectable menu. Just, oof. 14-2, runs the pipe. And that will be a tech fall for Tristan Oehme. Trevon Oehme. You look on the website, it's like Oehme the homie. He's got do-rag on. I didn't know you had gangsters up in South Dakota. But he's from South Dakota, right?
Sophomore from Lincoln, Nebraska,
Keith Smith now.
He's going to be facing the sophomore from Beatrice, Nebraska, Trevor Reinke.
And Reinke. These are just some extra matches now. Smith wrestled earlier, won his match. Reinke hasn't wrestled yet. So is this a finals?
Kind of.
Should they have 2 guys out there?
No, it's not a final.
Oh, okay. It's probably their slightly different weight. It's just kind of a catch weight. That's what we'll go with. Keith Smith looked really, really impressive earlier on. Reinke, a returning national qualifier for the Bobcats. Smith just, I said earlier, out of all the wrestlers I've seen today, he is just very relaxed. Just a very relaxed composure out there. And we'll see how he does here against this Trevor. Yeah, Trevor Reinke. Big brother to Tristan, who started off the day, had a nice win early on today. And then he had a second match, went 1-1, lost to DJ Bonham. Bonham looked phenomenal. That's going to be a tough little dude at 125. Southeast is in that they call it districts, which drives me nuts because it feels like it should be called regionals. But they're in that district with the Wyoming schools and the Colorado schools. And I tell you what, there's a guy that a lot of people have not seen yet, 125, and let me mark this down, that people better watch out for Sefton Douglas at 125 for Western Wyoming, and here's why. The kid is in his 3rd year there, redshirted, and then has been stuck. He tried to go up to 33. He's been down at 25, stuck basically behind 2 different guys that were 2-time high All-Americans. So Sefton Douglas is a guy that is probably not going to get any love here early in the season, but I want to make that declaration here in October that that is a name that at 125 you better be watching out for. Meanwhile, this is 149 pounds. Reinke and Smith a little too relaxed right now. I'd like somebody to pick up the pace and get a takedown or something. Oh, one more match after this. And then it'll be full-blown sprint to the bathroom. But glad you are joining us here on a Sunday. And bottom position chosen by Smith. Into the escape for Smith. One more match after this. He'll be 157 pounds. And then we'll close up shop and let you get on about your day. If you know anybody that missed out on this match, feel free to share the YouTube link and go back and watch it. Or if you want to watch it later on as well, feel free to do so. I'll make sure to post the link too on social medias. What was probably once a 300-person crowd has been here and has dwindled down. It's probably still a good, I'd say 150, 200 strong. You definitely see the fatigue on some of the fans' faces, though. If you had the music playing, though, I'm definitely glad I bought 2 energy drinks because I'll need one for the trip home. As we are fighting for our right to party. And we are at 1-0. Oh, man. Are we going to get a 1-1 Sutton victory snooze fest? I hope not. I know it's getting late in the day, but, man, that's that thing, though. That's that meat grinder of college wrestling, though. You could find yourself wrestling right out the gate at 9 in the morning and then not have another match until like 1 in the afternoon. And it is a mental – I don't care if you're sleeping in the bleachers. It is a mental challenge. And it's really – you've got to work on that mental aspect. It's very important as much as the on-mat stuff is. Because if you're not preparing right, and a lot of things too, nutrition, a lot of times you go out, you wrestle a match, and you are tested. But then you just go and lay in the bleachers when really what you need to do is you need to treat each match in a tournament as like a destination you're trying to get through or two. And think of yourself as a car. If you don't have gas in the tank, you can't get anywhere. And that's an aspect that I think a lot of individuals, some coaches don't even harp on, is the importance of nutrition. And really, you know, let's really get rid of that demon of weight cutting. It should be about maintenance, because if you drink a glass of water before you even try to eat anything, you'll eat less. And if you're putting the right food in your stomach anyway, there's a lot of food out there that has 0 calories. And sometimes just the feeling of chewing and swallowing stuff. I mean, you don't have to starve yourself for 3 days on end to try to make a weight class. If you're doing that, then you're either A, not disciplined enough, or B, need to go to a different weight class. Ooh! Oh! Slicker than a banana on ice. Late score, but man, and they hug it out, which, man, that's a good battle. The national qualifier, Fallon. And that may put up at 149 a little bit of a log jam. And we are at the last match of the night. It'll be Curts and Bird.
A freshman out of Vancouver, Washington, Tennyson, Curts.
I think this is Curts' third match.
Freshman out of Beaumont, Texas, Brock Bird.
I believe this is Curts'. Curts lost to Jaden Moore earlier, but beat Jackson Huls. Bird. I'm looking for her. Ooh, lost to Colin Minold earlier on. So a takedown early on for Curts. And he's that Washington State, I think he was a 2-time state finalist. In on a beautiful low-level Sanderson-like single leg. Or if you're an 80s person, a Smith single leg. 3 more. Oh, that's three to Bird. And now escape. Oh, 4-4. Wow. Are we trying to make up for the last match? That last match, it's like you shake a soda, shake a soda, shake a soda, then you're like, oh yeah, here. That I am. One of a kind. Because God help us if there were 2 of me. No. My poor wife. Oh, you should. We had this guest the other day. Oh my gosh, he was terrible. No. I'm giving Travis Shaley the official hell. He stayed at our house the other day. We did double. Was that just yesterday? Yeah. Oh, wow. Wow. Yeah, Friday night, Saturday, we worked a duel together. It all kind of runs together. Yeah, he's stuffed with the Star Wars blanket. 5-7 right now. Oy. Final match of the day. Still got a good amount of people, though, here, which is nice. Had a good quick start. 5-7 just in the first period. Oy. Oh, takedown and 3 more points. And Bird is the word. The escape, though, that drives me nuts. Under 15 seconds, you got to find that strength to hold down your opponent. Last year, a few times, Southeast got bit by points late in matches. And Curts is going to go down. Again, I believe Bird was only a state qualifier in Texas. I don't believe he ever placed. But it just goes to show you never know. And some people may just develop later, or the coaching changes them up a lot. Some people come from good coaching and then have done so well that they're kind of set in their ways and things that worked in high school. But like a guy like Bird, you might have a little chip on your shoulder and be humble and just appreciate the opportunity that you're a sponge. And you're absorbing so much that your growth potential is really high, as opposed to, and not saying that Curts isn't there, but when you've come from so much success, you're already kind of on that peak, but you got to make sure you're not plateaued. You've got to almost treat it like, okay, I'm at a peak, but there's a higher mountain. And right now, I will say this, Bird is he's a battler. He might not be the starter. In fact, he might be third deep at this weight, but his the way he wrestles, he doesn't make it easy on you. So he's going to help his teammates a lot if he really sticks it out. Oh, going body lock now, double unders. Locked his fingers for a second there, and Curts did not want any of that. 7-10. Again, Curts, 2-time state placer out of Washington. Bird, a state qualifier out of Texas. He's the shorter of the two wrestlers in the darker blue with the green anklet. No riding time. Well, there's 20 seconds of riding time. You got to have over a minute. So, been a pretty good match on the feet and some decent quick escapes, but a lot of back and forth, just good wrestling. Most of the points did come in the first period, and Bird is going to go neutral, which is an interesting choice. With a 3-point lead, a 3-point takedown would tie it, but he probably realizes Curts is probably pretty darn tough on top. He's got them long legs. And Bird just comes at you. Nice head elbow defense there. And again, a different dynamic too, like height and length. Curts has that frame, and as I'm looking at this, Curts lost to Moore earlier. This is a deep room at this weight. Curts lost to Moore, but beat Huls. But Moore lost to Manold. And so this is basically for the the third deep at 57. So I wouldn't be surprised if you see somebody like Curts, who has that length about him. I mean, he could possibly look at putting some bulk on and going 65. Or he could stay in the hunt and try to stay at that weight because, like we saw last year, Aldrich and Oehme beating the crap out of each other. 33, 41, 74. 3 All-Americans last year. I definitely think the potential is higher. Another thing that will help is you got all them COVID red shirts out. So you got guys that were staying in junior college for their doctorate, like 4 years. Oh, not quite finished the shot yet. There it is. And just like I said, that going neutral with the 3-point lead, it's tied. And now he's going to be on top. He's not going to have enough time to get riding time. Whoa, Bird coming out the back. 2-1. And there's 20 seconds left. Bird with the 1-point lead. I would arm drag out of this. Shot attempt, nothing much there. Bird only 7 seconds away from pulling this out. Oh, beautiful. Circles back in, and he's going to win 12-11. Wow. I will say that was a pretty solid win for the kid. Because Bird earlier came out earlier and didn't fare well earlier, but he's just one of those kids that keeps coming at you. He'll develop pretty well. A lot of good things that have happened today. I'm sure Coach Pack's going to be giving some statements on his Pack Mentality podcast later on. But just a great day of wrestling here, and glad you joined us. And hope to see you soon. Once again, go to SCCBobcats.com for all your wrestling needs. For SCC Bobcats, this is Swayze Eric Swayze signing off.
Bluetooth disconnected.